faster, but I know y'all won't try. Don't nobody care about us, and that's why I don't vote. Voted for Obama back in 2012, I remember that's when I had hope. He was saying, yes, we can, and everybody got less food stamps. And when I turned 21, I was still broke, I'd never vote again. I don't think I ever had a president make my life better. Did it all on my own, ain't no politician ever do a nice gesture. I don't even know the mayor's name, I ain't never seen her one time ever. Tell me how she gonna help the city. What I'm supposed to do, write letters? What I'm supposed to do, blame Trump? He ain't never really gave a Ain't nobody raised minimum wage. None of these jobs pay enough. I think they just want to keep us broke, cause they ain't putting none in place for us. This how all my people feel, but we gotta learn. We complained enough, let me change it up. Everything I just said, everybody I know think the same way. See, they don't want to see us vote, and we never do, so we see the same thing. But all our votes really do count, and they'll never really let it show. So now I'm finna break it down, cause if I don't, you would probably never know. First thing first, you know back in middle school when they taught us, it was 3 branches of the government. We forgot it when we got older. It's the judicial, the legislative, and executive. But all we know is the executive. That's the mayor or the governor and the president. Now none of them 3 people make no laws, they just be checking them. The laws come to their desk and all they do is say no or yes to it. So when the news station tried to tell us that Barack Obama couldn't put us on, we was all salty at Obama when it was the Congress members all along. We gotta focus on the legislative branch, yeah, they the ones that make the laws. Yeah, they the ones write how much food stamp money you get on the card. But when people that wanted to help us wanted the job, I know they probably lost. Cause we ain't even know their name, we ain't know their face, we ain't know it all. So the Congress or the State House, that's legislative, they make laws. So what we want from the president is what they do, okay y'all? See, they election every 2 years, but we don't ever even go to those. The Congress, they can raise minimum wage, but we ain't even really know it though. So you know how back in '08, when we all voted for Obama, we was all supposed to go back in 2010 and vote for the Congress. Cause they the ones make child support laws, they the ones choose if your kids at school get to eat steak or corn dogs. The State House make the court costs. So if the country failed, then you can't say it's them, it's your fault. Cause y'all ain't know to vote for Congress members that was for y'all. And they don't gotta leave after 4 years, and we just let them sit. See, they don't wanna tell you this, they want you to focus on the president. Now the 3rd branch is the judicial, that's judges. They the reason why John Crawford and Trayvon ain't had justice. So when Meek Mill got locked up just for popping willies, we blame the judge and not the city when they let her get voted in, cause they ain't know who to vote against. Imagine life on the other side. Roads better, schools better, everybody get their license back, grocery store food better, custody of your kids back, homeless people get new shelters. If we gon' fix the U.S., we gotta start with them 2 letters, me and you. Somebody told us that the government wanna keep us broke, but the only reason why those people in the government is cause we ain't vote. And I ain't talking about the president, I'm talking about the ones we ain't know. See, they was gonna try to keep it low, but it's gonna hurt them when they see the polls.
Every time you stay home, someone is making a decision about you, making decisions about the air you breathe, the water you drink, the food your kids eat, and how much money you bring home every 2 weeks. So every time you sit out an election, every time you don't show up because you think it doesn't matter, someone else is happy that you didn't show up, so they can make that decision for you. Vote.
Enough electoral votes, more than 270, more than enough to become the 44th President of the United States. He will be the first African-American President of the United States.
I've been broke all my life, but I kept hope all them nights. You see business in my city? Yeah, they closed all them twice. I was just riding down Salem, all them damn potholes I can't...
This episode of the Cab Grand Rising Show is brought to you by Autochthonous Assembly, where the real work gets done. For the first-time visitors who may be wondering who Autochthonous Assembly is, Autochthonous Assembly, or A2 for short, is a gathering of minds that do the work. A2 is a non-profit organization dedicated to raising up Indigenous Americans' voices by using genealogy, also known as family history or family tree. Genealogy is the study of families and the tracing of their lineages in history. Genealogists use oral interviews, historical records, genetic analysis, and other records to obtain information about a family and to demonstrate kinship and pedigrees of its members. Autochthonous Assembly's core values are the foundation of its company, essential to its success, and serves as the lens through which it evaluates every business decision. The core values are integrity, know and do what is right, respect, treating others the way you want to be treated, responsibility, embrace opportunities to contribute, servant leadership, serve the common good. Along with a key emphasis on genealogy, A2 is also committed to providing our communities with information and access to available grants and funding through the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the United States Department of Agriculture, the Farm Service Agency, and other departments and agencies that offer programs to help them become self-sufficient. Building on a strong community reputation, Autochthonous Assembly continues to strengthen the growth of the relationship and development of our communities. Peace and Grand Rising.
Warning, warning, warning. Hard hats, pickaxe, shovels, boots required.
One, grand rising, peace, peace, peace. Hope all is well this rising. How's everyone? How's the panel?
Good. Grand Rising.
Grand
everyone.
Rising. Peace, 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 peace.
I'm ecstatic.
Everybody enjoyed their nap?
Somebody here hasn't taken one.
You know, what nap?
And that's not a wet nap. It's a what
I'm
nap.
about to say wet nap.
They're like Bones, wet nap. Copper said he'd be back shortly. Peace to Copper. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chats.
I would normally ask how we normally do Monday Rising, how was everyone's weekend? But since the majority of us spent the last 13 plus hours together, afterthoughts, anyone?
That's what it needs to be, an afterthought.
Yeah. It will be. It will be. It will be. Shout out to everybody who had to endure some hours.
About another day.
Exactly. Did that live stream make you a man? Make you a man with that live stream. But no, I'm sorry. Yeah, we live. Peace to everybody. What we got for them today, y'all? What's going on?
Well, basically breaking down what is SDM.
Was it SEDM?
Yeah, SEDM, yes. Some more information that's been floating through the community that's very dangerous, that people need to be aware of, and it needs to stop now. So we're starting with what is SEDM.
All right. That don't sound like no government program or nothing that we usually talk about. But okay. All right.
It'll get you sent to a government program, though.
Oh.
Shoot program.
Oh, that's that real private.
Mm-hmm.
Private prison.
Mm.
Who's on your guest list?
Mm. That ain't the right type of vacation to take.
Oh no. Not even for a visit. So, Gabrielle, you had a lead on this one. So, whenever you're ready, we can get started.
Share?
Oh, yeah, you can share the screen.
All right. Let's see. SEDM. It is a website, and it welcomes people. You want me to read what it says?
Yeah, you can, yeah. Like I said, you got the lead on it. However you more comfortable breaking it down. 719 through for you.
Okay. Website says, welcome to our religious fellowship and ministry. We are a First Amendment, not-for-profit, unincorporated, unregistered, non-privileged, non-denominational religious fellowship and ministry. Their mission is to honor, to love, and to obey our Lord and God by teaching, reading, learning, and obeying his holy law and word, putting him first and loving our neighbor by keeping the government as our servant and his steward to truth and justice, as described in Hebrews 4:12, and like Jesus in Revelation 1:16, we seek to use the word of law as a sharp sword to expose and cut off corruption wherever it is found, and especially in government. His word on and law is also our armor and shield as we combat the corruption as described in Ephesians 6:11 through 12 and Psalms 91. See the following for authorities on why we, and especially Christians, must learn law. Authorities on why we must personally learn, follow, and enforce man's law and God's law. They have a list here.
So basically, this is a religious, sovereign group in a sense, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Where it says path to freedom, when you click on start here, it's a PDF to download. Now, downloading this PDF has hot links to the things that it has hot links. With those hot links,
if you mind, where do them hot links lead to, if you don't mind me asking?
their website, different parts of their websites where they offer other PDFs and forms that actually lead to problems. It's very dangerous. Very dangerous. It leads to the documents that they offer for air quotes sovereignty.
Things like rejecting social security cards,
Rejecting driver's license,
on national
IRS.
status,
Yeah,
status correction, things like that.
this is correct. How to leave the government farm. So let me go back off this PDF.
Basically a giant PDF of a whole bunch of stuff you have no business even trying.
Correct. And all their hot links, again, lead to links that they've created on their website that takes real law and adds their explanation to it. Hit this hot link and it shows you the forms. Those forms actually lead to more trouble and more problems in your life, period. Like, pretty much this website leads you to links that and forms and ideologies. I mean, people can think how they want to think, but when this actually introduces things that aren't right, aren't legal, aren't helpful, you're dealing with this type of stuff attaches you to something greater and bigger that is not most people's intent or even thought. Period.
But again, this is a racial religious sovereignty group, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With information on how to remove yourself from the government, status correction, with free downloadable PDFs.
No, they're not free.
Okay, so they're charging. Okay.
Yes, they do. They're not free. They have some forms that they let you download, but no, they're not free at all. Oh, Sorry, my
no
bad.
problem. And this site is known to be listed as a sovereign citizen site, basically.
This is correct.
Okay.
Okay, am I still sharing? My bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Legal education. Only time I know legal education to happen is if you go to law school. I could be wrong.
Sound about right to me.
Could be wrong. Law enforcement and legal activism. I don't even want to know what that represents. Self-government, internal rather than external. Here it is. Outlawing or refusing to recognize or enforce absolutely owned private property. What?
Uh-oh.
Imposing equality of outcome by law, such as by abusing taxing powers to redistribute wealth. And it says C form. Any attempt by government to use judicial process or administrative enforcement to enforce any civil obligation derived from any source other than express written consent to an injury against the equal rights of others, demonstrated with court admissible evidence. What? I'm telling you right now, if you are driving, I don't care if you want to call it driving, traveling, floating, flying, whatever, hovering, when you're on public roads, there's no, the only private roads I know about are those, what's it called? The toll roads.
Mm-hmm.
And even toll roads, you still have to pay to drive on them, float on them, hover on them.
So you mean I'm not going 100 miles per hour in a 35? You getting away with it?
Man, no. And why would you, you know what I mean? Why would somebody want to do 100 miles per hour in a 35? Most times when the speed limit is 35, that means that you're in residential areas or you're in areas that's close to children. Why would not you, Bones, but why would you want to do that?
But I have a question though, because I'm a little slow when it comes to science. But if I'm in a vehicle that's going 100 miles per hour, I'm in it and it's going. How fast is my private person going?
100 miles per hour.
Okay, all right. That's what I want to know. Okay, I'm out.
See, here's my thing. This is what this equates to. If you don't want to, if people are saying, "Oh, I don't have a driver's license, I can speed, I can do 100 miles per hour," then don't wear seatbelts. That's a law.
Shoot, just cut the brake line. Just disconnect your brakes. No need to stop or slow down.
At the end of the day, it breaks down to what are you really being responsible for? We all are responsible for our actions. Laws are put in place because obviously it equates to when your child does something that they're not supposed to do.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Well, I heard somebody say something about like black and white signs don't pertain to private people. Is that the same for red lights? and green lights and yellow lights. I don't know if it works like that. Like if the speed doesn't matter, then wouldn't no other sign matter?
In their mind.
But nah, brother, because technically those are signal lights and not signs.
So signals
So that root word
matter,
does not matter.
but signs.
I got the logic. I got it. I understand.
But
So-
we have to discard stop signs, yield signs, merge signs, construction
Caution.
signs.
When children crossing.
Oh, forget about the school bus stop that comes out. Don't even worry about that.
Oh yeah, or the 25-mile-an-hour zone when the lights is flashing. But wait a minute, I got another question. No, I'll save it. Go ahead, carry on.
No, go ahead.
But you know what's so funny is that when people keep talking about private citizens and this and that, it's kind of funny just by doing quick searches and you type in, do private citizens obey state law, federal law? First 5 pages come back solving citizen movement.
Did you use Google or Bing?
You gotta go through Google to get to Bing.
Listen, I don't care what you use. If you online, you using Google. I don't care what that
Correct.
search engine say. Because Google indexes everything. People need to stop.
It says they offer free legal treaties, sovereignty audio files, training courses. Why do you need a training course on how to do this?
That's how they get that extra loot.
This says over 60 man years of effort expanded to produce all of the content on this site. So that tells me, and I could be wrong, just correct me if I'm wrong in this thinking, 60 years of this has been put together? So there's nothing new under the sun. This is an old scam. That's just how I'm thinking. I could be wrong.
Oh, that's correct.
What's this say? If you frequently use this site or find our work valuable or useful or rare, please consider donating to our worthy cause. Very few others we have found even come close to our high standards of scholarship, credibility, evidence, and quality. That is why we had to create this site to begin with, because 1, the subject we cover cannot be found anywhere else on the internet. And 2, we couldn't find anyone who met our high standards of court admissible evidence upon which to base our beliefs. This site is started as a repository for our own detailed research on the subject it covers and blossomed into a ministry to loving to do the same thing for our truth seekers.
So a cult?
So why can't it be found anywhere else? I should be able to go downtown and get access to this stuff, right?
In the real world, yeah.
I mean, they offer legal classes, so shouldn't I be able to talk to a lawyer who covered this, or an attorney, or a paralegal for that matter,
Mm-hmm.
who was taught this?
Makes sense to me.
No. All forms, all roads on here lead to problems, lead to arrests.
Oh, and grand rising again to everyone in the chat this rising. Peace, peace, peace.
Grand Rising.
So basically, if we was to come across more information dealing with this, by their own words, it links back to them, right?
Correct.
Just want to make sure that's understood. And this is an anti-government, religious, sovereign, citizen, whatever you want to call it, group.
Yes.
Cult, ... et cetera, ...
Yep.
Okay, what you got for us next? Anything else on them?
I mean, it's a lot on them.
Yeah, we don't have to go through and dig through because this is a
Yeah.
whole.
Yeah, this is, I don't really want to click on the links because I don't want to.
Yeah, we not endorsing none of this.
Right.
This is we're just showing this stuff, making people aware of the site and the information and where this stuff lead back into.
This, yeah. So references. I know that when I click on USDA has hot links that refers me to actually legal, legit businesses, organizations that have been around for years.
Let me click a link. It's a link that stays in the link.
Yep.
Let me guess, the sources come from the same website too.
Yep.
I done heard that before on the source. Wow.
You disrespecting somebody when you say you're the source.
Who, me or the person who said it?
The person that calls themselves the source.
Every time.
You disrespecting somebody. You can't be the source. When you get here.
No. That's wrong. We wrong. No sell out. It is the source of a whole lot of.
Okay. A whole lot.
A whole lot.
Look, about on their about it says please help.
Oh yeah, you're gonna need some help following this.
All this leads to problems. All this is a distortion. Period. I am not saying that any of this stuff is legit. They're taking real things and distorting it. Period. You click on one thing, you're not leaving their site. You're clicking on one link, you're staying on their site. You're staying in the fact that it says, where was it at? their sovereignty for police officers course and form. This presentation is designed to rebut political propaganda against sovereignty advocates directed at police officers, police departments, and government personnel. It gives all government personnel and police officers a clear understanding. Let me just clarify. It absolutely does give them a clear understanding of sovereignty as a just, lawful, and peaceful pursuit. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It is also useful as training on how to deal with police officers who are oppressing non-residents in the free exercise of their right to travel. If you're a non-resident, why are you here?
Good question. Isn't that equivalent to an alien, foreigner?
Yeah. Why are you here? And that it gives officers a clear understanding. Absolutely. Because when you start saying that crazy mess to them, when you start, come on now. You pay for insurance on your vehicle in the event that you may cause an accident or be in an accident. If you don't have insurance on your vehicle, you know what? Here's the thing. I got hit by, this was some years ago. I got rear-ended by a lady who wasn't paying attention that the light was red. She did not have insurance on her car, and I was I was igged because my daughter was in the back seat, and it's just like one of those things. Come on now, why you don't have insurance on your car?
Well, I was told you can walk up in the courthouse with a loaded weapon.
Who? What? Man, look.
That's what I was told.
Man, I don't want to try it. I don't even want to try it.
What, off of being private? You talking about off of being private?
Heck no. Heck no.
Listen, you walking right up in the courthouse with a loaded weapon.
Heck no. Going through them. They listen. You know what?
Yeah, please. Some things are fun and games and he ha ha ha. Don't listen to that. I know people got more common sense than that.
Yeah, it's like rappers. I would hope that y'all compare these people to rappers. You know, rappers don't do the things that they say, right?
Yeah, if you think you're walking up in the courthouse with a loaded gun and have any type of paperwork or status that's above a U.S. Marshal who can't do it, come on, y'all.
Yeah, I want to know where are they doing that at, and why don't we have any? But
YouTube down. If you really believe that, please put YouTube down. It's a dangerous device in your hand.
Exactly. I was about to look. When you said that, I literally imagined somebody putting like a gun down almost on YouTube. Like, that's terrible. It is dangerous, man. I mean,
you know what?
You can call it YouTube University or YouTube reality TV, whatever you want to call it.
Legitimately. Okay, first of all, when you get your license to carry and all that, that's one thing. It creates a situation to call yourself walking into a courtroom. You know what? Walking into the building, because I don't know how it is where everybody else got court places.
You ain't making it the room. You won't get through the building.
Yeah, maybe they court building is set up differently than mine. My court building might be the one here. It might be set up uniquely.
A special court? Is this a special court?
I think so. I think so, because you go through the door and there's sheriff standing right there with a wand and a metal detector. Don't have any change in your pockets, because I've had to empty out change.
Change? I got dinged because of the Nikes I had on one.
Man. Matter of fact, don't have a wire in your man. Look, you know what? I'm done. You know what?
Did it work? Copy Indio, it worked?
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, I thought you went to go test the courthouse theory. My bad.
Oh, well, I'm still alive, so I didn't get to.
If that wouldn't have been evening news, people need to stop. Don't believe the hype. Put the Kool-Aid down. Matter of fact, don't even drink it. Put it back on the shelf.
Yeah, when they come around with the same tracksuit as you and they just don't take the squeeze. Or maybe some of them do need to take the cut, but no, I don't know, man. That Kool-Aid, put it down.
Yeah, and it should be said, if it hasn't already, and I apologize for dropping in so late. I had to do some work stuff a little earlier, but it should be said that for everything that we have to deal with, for all the inconveniences of dealing with the government or corporations, whenever you get folks that claim to be supermen, that they can interact with the government or they can interact with corporations and not have to go through the same means and rules and regulations as everybody else. I'm not saying that these people can't do what they claim to be doing. I'm saying that they should be met with and vetted. They should be met with a healthy dose of skepticism and vetted. You trust but verify, right? Because again, you don't know that it's not possible. And this is to anyone, any layman encountering any of this information. You, like with anything else, we talk about being researchers here. So in part of what you do in research is when you encounter something that sounds different or sounds contradictory to something that you understand, you take the time to vet it. You can't just have people telling you that they can take a gun into a court building and not get stopped when anybody short of a U.S. Marshal couldn't just frivolously walk into any courtroom or any court building with a gun and not be a big deal, or drive 200 miles an hour down the interstate and just walk off scot-free after the police pull you over. I mean, this needs to be questioned.
Oh.
And so you can't just take somebody's word because you don't know. And most of the people you don't know from Adam. I mean, this is the internet after all. Nobody is completely. Nobody has their identity completely out there on the internet, if you will. Even most public figures, you don't know everything about people that you encounter on the internet. So if you have someone that you encounter that's making this kind of claim, you take them at their word, but you should corroborate that, not just assume that what they're telling you is the absolute truth. Because the dangerous thing about that is if you're telling people that they can get away with doing that, if somebody tries to do it and doesn't have things worked out, or if that theory is not sound, or that legal procedure is not sound, now what do you have? Somebody getting arrested or worse. So we have to be careful.
What they quick to say, Papa? What they always quick to say? Well, you didn't do it right. You didn't do it right. Really?
You know what? Let me. Oh. I'm gonna calm down. That you didn't do it right. You know what? You're right. I didn't. My lawyer did.
I'm like this. Since we going there, my question is, why all of their information tied back to this website? Every procedure that came out their mouth, everything about this private, public, why does it tie back to this website? Everything.
And can anything on these websites be corroborated in other places?
No. Well,
again,
they can be corroborated with these bootleg businesses. Nothing legit, nothing legal.
And speaking of legality, why is there so much of this information going into and out of the prison system? If what's going on is so legal and legitimate, then why are so many people going to prison over it? Do you have that many people just not doing it the right way? Who is doing it the right way? I mean, these are legitimate questions, and I'm not trying to be offensive about it, but these are legitimate questions that people that are seeking information on how to make their lives better need to be asking. Because we spent a long time here laying out things that are within the legal system that you can go anywhere and get information on. You can go to the government source itself and get information on.
Right.
And it is for people that feel they've been done wrong by the government, for people that feel they've been done wrong by corporations. It is very attractive to get outside of that system. It is. I mean, let's call this what it is. It is very attractive at the prospect of being able to just say, look, I don't want to have to pay taxes. I don't want to have to get a driver's license. I don't want to have to go and get all the documentation, because a lot of it is frivolous. A lot of it, and more and more as we go forward, is redundant. That I think most of us can agree on. But at the same time, this promise of just doing away with the government and corporations, yet still using the dollar to buy things and sell and trade, should be met with skepticism. Because if you're outside of the system, you don't need the US dollar.
And you said something now. All these anti-government people talking this stuff, but they still spending that money though. They still collecting it. They still got Patreons. They still taking donations.
Right. Why do you need to collect money from people if you're outside of the system? Why do you need fiat currency? There's cryptocurrencies. There's gold and silver. There's a lot of other things you can use that have assets that are not tied to the US dollar. The US dollar was cut off from the price of gold decades ago. So why aren't these people asking for gold or trading in gold? Why do they need your money?
Oh no, some of them do ask you to send them gold and silver.
So they ask you to go and buy said material and then give it to them for what? For what? In exchange for what? For knowledge?
For documents.
For documents. They want you to go and spend hundreds of dollars to get a piece of gold or a piece of silver to send to them for documents that aren't going to guarantee anything.
Yep.
No, I know they guarantee. I know they guarantee. Keep it up. They got a place waiting for you. Make no mistake about it.
Like I said, you are literally paying for your own demise. You're paying for the problems. You're paying someone else to help you get in trouble. Period. Like, man.
And they wonder, and this is the thing. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, do you all mind if I just read something just very, very quickly? Because I know.
Go ahead.
Some people are always, when they hear certain people talk, they are just automatically, what they say, as my grandma used to say, is the gospel. So I'd like to read something, if you all don't mind. And this is from ThoughtCo, and it's entitled, "Can I Own a Gun?" And I'll put the website in the back chat, and this was updated as of April 3rd, 2020. And it tells you those who cannot own or possess a firearm under the Gun Control Act that was originally passed in 1968 and was amended in 1994 due to the Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act. I'm not gonna read the whole paragraph. I'm just gonna read these bullet points on who cannot own or possess a firearm. Persons indicted for or convicted of a felony crime punishable by imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year, fugitives from justice, persons who are unlawful users of or addicted to any controlled substance, persons who have been declared by a court as mental defectives or have been committed to a mental institution. Here's where it's going to get good. Illegal aliens or aliens who were admitted to the United States under a non-immigrant visa, persons who have been dishonorably discharged from the armed services. But here's the one I'm going to stop on this one right here. Persons who have renounced their U.S. citizenship. Do I need to say that again?
Come on, son.
Persons who have renounced their United States citizenship. I'm gonna end it right there. I yield the mic.
You had me at alien.
So how you get the permit to carry the firearm that you took in the courthouse? Stop it.
They can make their own permits if they're private, though, right? Is that correct?
Oh, okay.
That's
So
not
you
true?
know what?
I just make that up.
They made that up.
You see how that works? Oh, in no way am I affiliating that person with stuff.
But and it's the stuff they want to do, but take positions like they're helping communities with stuff that can be debunked with viable proof in less than 5 minutes.
Well, who are the teachers, though? Like, I mean, there are teachers of this information.
Oh, the
that
teachers?
people are swearing by.
They're teachers, they're master teachers. Oh, yeah. Old white racists that had issues with our ancestors.
Okay, well, who do they see as their master teachers? Because they don't see that. They don't see that part. Isn't there like some immediate? Well, I don't want to mention.
Oh no, those dudes on the run. Those dudes on the run from the FBI still.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we'll get into that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, outside of having to move about parts of the United States as nomads, trying to escape pursuit of law and warrants, what really has any of this yielded for the community? And I'm not just talking about those people that are in this movement that may look like indigenous folks or Indians or whatever you prefer to be called. Okay, not just these people. I'm talking about like anybody that's adhering to what we're looking at here. What have any of these people done for their communities? What have any of these people done for their people, really, other than offer them quote unquote paperwork? And if you're gonna go outside, I'm sorry.
I was just saying it's not free either.
No, it's not free. It's going to cost you a pretty penny. And for the same rhetoric about going outside of the government, it's an awful lot of paperwork to have to fill out. So at some point, you kind of have to go through the government to get out of it. And again, you're still dealing in fiat dollars, which is controlled by the Federal Reserve, whose revenue arm is the IRS. So if you vilify, I'm sorry.
How are you talking EINs? And you get an EIN from the IRS.
From the IRS, right.
Same place where you get tax exempt status, IRS.
Right, because it's set up, and I said this a bit yesterday, or earlier on yesterday, was it's set up so that the IRS, and by extension the Reserve, understands how to deal with you as an individual. Because the IRS, remember, the Federal Reserve note, the thing we carry around in our pockets as money, is quote unquote money, right? Currency. The Federal Reserve note is owned by the Federal Reserve, which is why they call it a reserve note. So this is how the Reserve is able to go, and when they find that you owe them money, freeze your bank account without warning. Now you go to the bank, you go to the ATM, try to pull money out, your assets are frozen. It don't matter if you got thousands of dollars, millions of dollars in there. They can take it, they can hold it, they can freeze your currency because they own it. So how are you going to be out? You are not outside. As long as you do business with the US dollar, whether you're going to get gas for your car, whether you're going to buy food, you are in the government system. The government elected to have the Federal Reserve create and distribute its money. The Treasury Department oversees this and pays interest back to the Reserve through your taxes Okay, because I think there's a miscommunication and a misunderstanding about how all of this works. The Federal Reserve is not the government, so you can't say that you're going through the government if you're going through the Reserve. The Reserve is an independent bank, group of banks. That is not the government. Federal Reserve is as federal as Federal Express is. First. Second,
Yep.
If you're going to go and use the property of the Federal Reserve, which is the Federal Reserve note, you are subject by its usage for all debts, private and public. Let me say that again. All debts, private and public. So you can claim being private all you like, but for any debts that you try to settle, private and public, with reserve notes, you are using the property of the reserve, and as such, you are subject to the taxation and collection of taxes through their revenue arm, which is the IRS, period. Full stop. Unless you choose to go to use some form of cryptocurrency or use some other bartering tool outside of fiat dollars, you are in the system, period.
Thank you for that, Copper. Attentionistassembly@gmail.com. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, and or corrections. Peace out.
I mean, to me, people got to start putting proof up on the line. Really. I don't care who you think you is. Proof need to be showed. Not another one, Gabrielle. Who we got? Family Guardian?
Yeah, but they're both together.
Fam Guardian. What is Fam Guardian?
Same
you might have to
people.
update the title, Bones. We gotta put them in the lights.
It's the same people. That's why I didn't put them in.
Oh wow,
Same
really?
people.
Don't say that.
Same people under a different name.
Yeah.
Fam
I
Guardian
thought that was the home of the
as
Mighty Thor.
SEDM. Go
Fam
ahead,
Guardian.
The Mighty Thor. I thought it was a Harry Potter levitation joint. And Guardian Leviosa or something. What? It's Leviosa,
Guardian
not
of the Galaxy. What's going
Leviosa.
on?
Yes, I have watched Harry Potter. All right, so what's up with Fam Guardian Leviosa?
It's just an extension of the other site.
It's the same thing. SEDM refers to Fam Guardian. Fam Guardian refers to SEDM. So if you really think about it, you're just going back and forth.
So is this helping anybody? I mean, can we prove that this doesn't help anybody?
Yeah.
And I know you have the proof.
Man,
I'm just saying, I know you have proof that it didn't help you. I don't even know how you got mixed up in this information over here, but
and that's the thing that's one of the things that really, really gets to me, because it came to me through my children's grandparents. They had been dealing with this group, and a lot of people in that area had been dealing with this group. And these groups are extended out into different states. People were coming out of state. Hey, go ahead and deal with them. They know what they're talking about. They help this, they help that. People lost their homes. People lost their homes. I really appreciate that I didn't lose my home, but I lost other stuff, period. Like you...
Something that just kind of, hit home. Like I say, it takes me a while to get started. I'm like an old Ford truck. But when you were reading off of their website initially, they quoted a scripture from the book of Hebrews. Now, those that I'm coming across that have done these packets, they are very anti-church or anti-Christianity. but the basis of their package that they're filling out to become foreigners and aliens is quote unquote the white man's religion. I'm just trying to register like all of these, the oxymorons and the double tongues, the forked tongues, the snake tongues of things that are being said. I'm just help me because I'm new to this. I don't go to any website. I had no desire to fill any of that stuff out. So go ahead. I'm sorry. I just it took me a while. Go ahead.
All that public private capacity, all that's that. Right on the head.
Hold up. Okay, no, I heard that right. I heard it right. I'm not even gonna. Yep, rewind the tape. We're not arguing about this. I'm raising my.
And on the top part of that too, one of the phrase in there that I'm just using verbatim, but didn't it come back to saying something about we or the government? Does that go back to we the people? That's civics 101. I don't know. I'm yelling the mic. I haven't had any sleep, so I'm crazy today.
I'm just saying, I usually get crazy when James get crazy. So I'm, keep it up. We're here for the people.
And again, it's kind of funny. A lot of this rhetoric that these people talk, if you research, it ties back to these people. And a lot of the information that they're trying to hand out ties.
You're breaking up a little bit. You're breaking up a little bit. So are we saying these are sovereign people? People trying to be sovereign? Attempting to be sovereign? What some people would call sovereign citizens?
These are known sovereign citizen movement groups.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, man. You said known sovereign citizen groups? Yep. What's the problem with sovereign citizens again?
They're not real.
Correct.
Okay, so they're just Victoria moving about the cabin under the radar as much as possible.
Hey, if y'all don't mind, I gotta drop here for a moment. I'll be back as soon as I can, but I wanted to mention something. There's a link that I have in the back chat if you'd like to pull this up. But this is from this what's called the Snyder Act, or the Indian Citizenship Act, which was signed June 2nd, 1924. This is something I think gets lost in the sauce when we talk about our people and this kind of sovereignty, because the word sovereign citizenship gets tossed around a lot, but there's also rhetoric tied to it that seems to suggest that Indians are not citizens of the United States. And the Snyder Act of 1924 has text that and it's longer than this, but this is the point I wanted to seize on before I go. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that all non-citizen Indians born within territorial limits of the United States be and they are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States, provided that the granting of such citizenship shall not in any manner impair or otherwise affect the right of any Indian to tribal or other property.
Been trying to tell them about that 1924 Snyder Act for a minute.
That's a crucial piece in all of this. Whenever the talking point of you not being a citizen comes up, that's patently false. This act has not been overturned. So with that, I'll yield the mic.
Okay. So since Copper's yielding, I have a question. Is there a way legally to overturn the Snyder Act and do what these people are doing?
By if you did participation and sent representatives that went there that created acts for you, you can do it that way.
I'll pull up the link. Give me a second.
Oh, is that the only legal way? Probably, right?
That's how laws and bills and stuff get done.
Yeah, that's how you don't get your door kicked in, right?
Last I checked.
Okay.
But then
But
again,
y'all, what we're reading right now, are we saying that these websites are steering you in the wrong direction, the direction of
the majority of the information that they regurgitate, the information that they talk about, comes from these people.
Now, you know what? Somebody would have to prove otherwise, actually, because I've heard that before. This is not American Indians, Pan Africans, Hebrew Israelites, or anybody's information from our communities, plural.
Then you need to make sure your hover links don't show the original web address. Oops.
Ooh, can we just do that? I mean, I don't know. We're a little late. It ain't like we're getting off right now, are we?
Nope.
Okay.
Warming up. Ooh.
Man, I just wish somebody would email us and say that that's wrong.
They can't.
Exactly. You know, we show proof over here. Got a whole file cabinet full of proof.
Hey, that makes you an agent. You have a file cabinet in your house. Please tell me something they don't know about me. Rabbit run.
You stupid. There has been very, very known melanated American Indians and other American Indians just letting you know that American Indians are U.S. citizens. And I'm like Copper Indio. The moment somebody claiming Indian and keep talking about, oh, citizenship and all this and that and status and all that, y'all remember that mid-90s rock eyebrow?
Yep.
It start raising on its own. What you mean? Not a citizen. Oh, but then again, some of these people are not Indians, I forgot.
You know what? Whether they are or aren't, it really breaks down, the logic behind it breaks down to this. Why can't you take this, the forms and the paperwork and all this stuff to a lawyer and say, here, implement this, push this, and make them go away?
Why can't
you do that?
You gonna give your money back? I'm tell you, if you don't get up out my office. You just gave me an idea, Gabrielle. Thank you.
I'm just saying.
No.
I had to show paperwork, documents, and forms to a lawyer to help fix this mess that I got into behind all this. This is not this. It is very frustrating. What I thought was scary before got it was a different type of scary. Not even trying. It was a different type of scary with dealing with it. People telling you, oh, de facto or whatever, escape from the government. Where are you escaping to? And trust and believe, if they're not saying this stuff to you now, it will come. It will come. They give you bits and pieces, and then they hit you with the crazy. Like, wait, what? Where am I supposed to go? What am I supposed to do?
You sound like Yoda telling Luke, I'm not scared. You will be. You will be. My bad.
But you will be. And I mean, it's a true statement. You will be. To me, in my mind, what's scarier? Okay, lights are behind me. I'm getting pulled over. I got my insurance. I got my driver's license. Got my inspection on my car. Like, all this stuff is in place. I haven't done anything wrong. I may have been speeding or whatever the case may be. Simple conversation. Doesn't have to turn into something aggressive, getting arrested. For what? For what? That's like literally inviting a fight.
Some people would ask, even live on air, you scared? I'm just saying, you just keep asking, are you scared? Why do you not have a family? Do you not have people to protect? You don't have time for all of that.
Yeah, and don't get into some mess when you're asking those same people, and like, oh, you need to read for yourself. Oh, you did something wrong. Well, what happened when you did it?
That's when you come find out that these same dudes are on the run. I got warrants themselves from the same mess they're trying to get you to do.
Exactly.
Oh, we know you.
What's that saying? Misery loves company.
Birds of a feather flock together. Yep, sound about the same to me.
Man, look. You lost your house and now I got to lose my house for you. All roads to this stuff has negative outcomes, period. I don't care how they facade it. I don't care how they word it. I don't care how they try to make it sound good. All roads to this leads to negative outcomes. I don't care if they say, oh, I've been doing this for so many years. Okay. So what happened in the years that you've done it? I'm just saying, like, it's so many links that we've read and we've clicked on, businesses that are established, not just in one state, they've expanded to other states. And
But even on the business tip, all this misinformation on that. Oh, the government controls your 501c. So tell me why all these nonprofit organizations. Matter of fact, I got one for you. If the government controls your 501c, right? Why they couldn't get the Clinton Foundation records? Can somebody explain to me why we had a big ordeal about Hillary Clinton's servers and everything that was served on the Clinton Foundation computers? Why they just didn't go in there and take the company? Can anybody explain this to me?
No, that's not how that works.
I'm still waiting on the day the feds are going to kick in the offices of the NFL. That's what I'm waiting for.
What, you know what? What I didn't understand, and I still don't understand now. Why would you want to perpetuate and push something on people that would cause them to be not only fearful for their lives, but in their families' lives, but put them in a situation where it contributes to an unhealthy form of paranoia? Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to put that on someone else? Like, why, if you know how...
I'm sorry. Again, I'm just a little slow because I'm still going back to, because I know that all the 501 codes were lumped into category, and people keep talking about churches, but aren't you, when you do this paperwork, aren't you in essence joining a church?
Yep. They have memberships. As a member, you are a member of their church.
So when they talk about this not paying taxes, but they're actually doing it,
they're paying their fees to their church. I mean,
Sounds like a religious organization extending its tax exemption to its membership.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Branch Davidian to me.
It's kind of funny that the people information that these people use can use these same programs in this same structure. And they can use these people misinformation, but they can't use the structure and stuff to build something to do it the right way.
You know, that is a very good point.
And can somebody explain to me why this has been around since the 1800s?
Yep.
Why there is not a picture yet of a successful person?
Oh no, there are pictures of them. They successfully went to jail. They successfully went to prison.
Oh yeah, we know that. No, I'm talking on the other side, the side that everybody claimed that they're doing.
Oh, there's pictures of that too when they get out of jail and when they get out of prison.
And matter of fact, Brother James, your state of republic, correct?
I apologize. I'm in my garage if there's an echo. Yes, sir. That's why I gave the example of Branch Davidians. They would run up in there and blow your place up.
Yeah, last I checked, that's the last place in the U.S. territories you want to talk about running up in the courthouse with a loaded weapon.
You know, I don't care who said that. It's some crazy stuff that's been said to me, but by far, I don't, you know what? And I don't want to know anybody who thinks that's a good idea. I don't want to know anybody who thinks that's a good idea. I don't want to have a conversation with no one who thinks that's a good idea. Yeah, I'm going to walk up in this court building. What? For what?
No, not alone saying that you're going to do it. To go as far as said that you did it.
Yeah, nah.
Listen, you can tell me my house was on fire and I see the smoke. I wouldn't believe you.
Where Copper at? I need to buy some sand.
And you foreign.
At that too.
On top of it.
Man, Tom, you would have walked in there.
Like you all were talking about earlier, I've had reconstructive knee surgery. I tore my ACL and MCL, so I have a screw. They had to take one out. But I have a screw and a plate in my right knee. I set off those metal detectors every time I go through. They have to wand me down. So you think you gonna walk up in there? Come on, son.
And I don't know what's worse, the person that said it, the other people who sat there and who went along with it, or the people who's listening and cheering it on. I don't know which party is worse than that.
That within itself puzzled me. You had a room full of self-proclaimed scholars and researchers and cheering it on. No big deal. Not a problem. Never asking any questions, but we're the agents. We're suspect. Okay, all right. Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, I just figured out what it was. It was a VR court building.
What you talking about, Gabrielle?
Virtual reality.
VR. The
he was
VR
talking
troopers.
Theft Auto. He was talking Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, you right, Gabby. Yeah. Okay, that courthouse.
Yeah. Because I'm telling you, walk up if you want to when keeping it real goes wrong.
Listen, they'll still be showing that news footage.
For real.
And especially in the Dallas courthouse, you can go in there with no weapon at all. Just start talking loud and crazy and see what happens to you.
You know what? Unless they're... No. Ain't no way. They must have been daydreaming.
I don't care who you are. You ain't doing 200 miles an hour in Texas and thinking they going home.
And I'm also over here. I'm sorry. I'm plugging in my rotary phone to make sure the line, the phone number still works too. So I can call in to the panel. You can also dial in using your computer, right? Like you have a laptop or desktop.
Yeah, you can.
Phone, laptop, desktop, iPad, tablet.
Email, message, text, yeah.
So if I get on here and use my daughter's 101 Dalmatians little baby tablet, you telling me as long as I have internet access, I can dial in?
That would be
Okay.
This phone works.
No, but to be honest, I enjoyed everybody trying to put the microscope on. It shows that everything is exactly what it says it is. Now, my question in return is, I hope y'all ready for the microscope.
Man.
Hold up. You telling me A2 got a microscope? Man, we utilizing these programs.
All I'm saying is this. You can stand up there, take all the shots, and still walk away in a room full of vultures, and they all looking stupid. Now, my question is, when it's turned around, let's see what happened now. I'm known to shake trees.
Oh, well, our tree was shaking last night, so, I mean, we can shake a tree too, right? I mean, it is legal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not gonna get sued for a hashtag or nothing, am I?
No.
I did not know this, man. I'm about to start using hashtags. I know that
No,
much.
I'm like,
Somebody else's property.
it's just it's very amazing. But see, that's what happens when you run across real legal entities.
Oh, you mean you can actually look them up, and they're there? They exist. They don't just talk about it and say that they have it. You don't know what I do. You don't have to say you don't know what I do. Here is what I do.
You know it since day one. But again, it goes back to what I said before. So when people ask for assistance and you go to give assistance, it shows why a lot of people just stop going.
Mm-hmm.
But like I told him before, the difference is with here, this is built for that. The more that happens, the better I am. That doesn't bother me. It's the truth don't need no legs to stand on. It's the truth.
Yeah.
And no matter how many people you send at it, no matter how loud you get, no matter how much you beat on your chest, at the end of the night, the truth still staring you in the eye.
A lot of why don't fit you.
No matter how many people you hurt or leave bloodied and bashed along the way, just so long as you can make a name for yourself as an outstanding sovereign citizen, no matter how many people you hurt or leave bloodied and bashed along the way.
I mean, really, when is honesty gonna be the main factor again? When is truth? When is proof? When is integrity? Our morals? And we wonder why as communities we looked on, because when something is so obviously out of place and so wrong, there's nothing you can do to make it right. It's business as usual in our communities.
You know what's okay? Here's the sad thing. This was introduced to me initially by my children's grandparents. My children's grandparents had been dealing with these people for years. Okay. So the way I look at it is, they infected my family and communities through the elders and worked their way down. They took from not only my children's grandparents, but from other elders so much. It wasn't just money. They took so much. And when people were losing their houses, people were losing their vehicles, people's monies was being taken out of their bank accounts, people were getting notices from the IRS. Because for the elder people, they were doing the stuff for them, presenting themselves, using other people that looked like them, that looked the part.
Weren't there some people that you knew that had children involved in this as well?
Yep.
What happened to those children?
They lost their children. Some people got their children and started bouncing around from state to state. Some people were scared to enroll their children in public school because they didn't want to take the chance of their children getting taken away again. This is not. Anybody pushing this stuff, I have a very hard time believing that they're good. I have a very hard time believing that they made it. I have a very hard time believing that they're comfortably sitting in their living room and when they lay their head down at night, they're not worried about their door getting kicked in. I have a very hard time believing that that's not the life that it just doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense.
What makes it worse is they know it's misinformation, and they know it doesn't work, and they know where it comes from, and they keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. It never works. There's no shortcut.
I feel like some people secretly push it, try to act like it's something else.
Yeah, that showed yesterday.
I think people do push it and don't do it at all. That's just a quick way for them to come up on somebody else's demise, for them to come up financially off of somebody else's. Like, no, people work hard for what they get. People work hard. When someone asks for help, genuinely, we should give help, not try.
Yeah, some of these people took the Roots album to heart. That How I Got Over. I don't understand. Like, you, come on, don't get over. Not on your people.
But that's the
For
sad.
anybody. Come on now, where your morals at?
You know what's even worse? They're only getting over on themselves. That's what's worse. Because no matter how many people you convince of your foolishness, in the end, you're just gonna be stuck in the same boat with a whole bunch of people aiming for your throat.
You know what's crazy? One of the main people that was pushing a lot of this stuff, everybody was saying, oh, he's gonna make it, he's gonna make it, he's not representing himself, he can do it, he can do it. And I was just like, nah, none of this stuff sounds right, because nah, I got hemmed up. Oh, no. There's a problem. When one of these people, one of these men got arrested, they did the court case, the whole thing. Everyone was so shocked, or not everyone, a lot of people were so shocked that he went to jail. And then after he went to jail, all those people that he did paperwork and had all these different groups and all these different people, all of a sudden when people started losing out, well, wait a minute, it's not my fault. No, think about it. It's not even if. What he was doing was illegal. And if your name, your information, your homes, your children, your businesses, your vehicles are tied in with him, what's going to happen?
And that's my next thing. I don't care, again, who you think you are or what your name is. You can't show proof of what you say work. You can't show verifiable things that can, multiple sources that prove what you're saying. That should be suspect. Again, because if something is supposed to be legitimate and legit, it should be able to have other sources that tie into it proving this. But when everything is locked into a same circle and you do real research that these people claim they do, you find out all this stuff leads back to the same place.
You can pull up, you know, it's interesting. You can pull up some of these groups and some of these names on government websites and see how they categorize them and see how they talk about them on government websites.
Exactly. Even some of these names in the community on some of these forums, their names on there. I don't know why they playing.
This is correct.
Like I said, people want to do investigations and call us the agents. Hey, We passed the microscope test. Your turn.
Is it time? I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm back. What were we talking about?
Straight up. It's about the community. This has nothing to do with anything personal.
No, it's not personal. It's always been about the community, though. I think that's why we went on that show yesterday, because it was about the community. It got made personal for whatever reason. But at the end of the day, A2 is about the community. So maybe the community should know more things than they think they do.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm like Ice-T on New Jack City. It's personal.
I'm about to say, it's kind of raw for me. It's
Y'all with it, I'm with it. That's all I gotta say.
it's one of those things that if you're giving legal, lawful, whatever, giving legal information, why can't you use the legal information that you're saying? Why can't you use a lawyer as a reference? A real lawyer that went to law school and passed the bar.
Sorry, some people actually
that went to law school and passed the bar will tell you don't do it. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a real lawyer will look you in your face and give you that 90s eyebrow look like, why did you do that? How did you get involved in this?
Wait, Bones, don't we have tapes of lawyers and attorney, or a lawyer or an attorney doing the same thing with a sovereign citizen or more, I believe? We should run more of those. Maybe we should do that this week.
You gobbled him up like he was the Cookie Monster.
I'm sure that was fun for him. I'm just saying.
I mean, again, I hope they can pass the microscope test.
Whoa. Number 6 says citizenship by birth. An Indian child born in the United States of citizen Indian parents are born to citizenship. Legitimate children born of an Indian woman and a white citizen father are born to citizenship.
Mm-hmm. Indians are U.S. citizens. Anybody telling you otherwise is misinforming you. And I don't care what their name is and what they think their title means.
So wouldn't there have to be something that comes after the 1924 Snyder Act to show
there has not been anything that changed it? They can holler 1860.
We not missing something on Bing? It's not on Bing because we don't use Google.
How you gonna holler 1866 and be a researcher and don't realize all treaties were null and void? That's why they redid them. Because the tribes picked up arms against the United States. Come on, man.
Whoa, marriage. Provided the Indian woman who married citizens of the United States thereby became citizens of the United States. This provision is apparently inconsistent with Act of September 22nd, 1922, and will probably be held to have been replaced by the latter act, though not specifically mentioned therein. Marriages, is that cornering? Within the Act of August 9, 1888, consummated before the passage. Okay, that's a lot of words I gotta learn. Can y'all hear me?
10-4, little buddy.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. 10-4, co-conspirator.
You know what? Look. Here's the thing. I went through a year and a half of craziness that I don't ever, ever, ever want to go through again. And I don't ever, ever, I wouldn't wish that on, if I have an enemy, had an enemy, I wouldn't wish that on an enemy. I really wouldn't. That is not a way to live. That is not a way to feel. That is not a way to be. That is not a way for that is not something families and communities should go through. And anyone saying different, you gotta know where they stand. That is some real cold mess. I didn't ask to get involved in that. I didn't ask to get lumped in. I didn't ask.
So when you say you didn't ask to get lumped in, when you, I heard you say last night you paid for a service, right?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So yes, there was a group.
For a service.
There was a group that referred me to go pay for. Huh?
No, I thought someone was saying something. I was speaking. I was just saying that best for you and your family. That's it. Again, which is 90% of the people that go.
Dude, are you breaking up?
Right now, am I good?
Yeah.
Okay, I was pulling a brother no sell out because it's like one cloud here, and I'm trying to like do the yard under this one cloud. So I was just saying, and that you were just trying to do what was best for you and your family, which is 90% of the people that get involved in this. Not criminal intent, not trying to get over, just trying to do what they felt is best for their family.
And what's crazy is, with traffic tickets, I usually go get a lawyer, pay the lawyer $600. All right, it's done. I'll pay whatever fees. This started, oh my gosh. I thought it was just the same. Okay, this is who you guys have been using. Okay, so this is a legal team. That's fine. Nobody said anything about overthrowing the government. None of that stuff came out. Like, oh, I'll handle the traffic ticket. Okay, that's what I'm used to hearing from a lawyer. I'll let you know. I'll call you and let you know whatever fees you got to pay, blah, blah, blah. This turned into something so different. Like, wait a minute, what? I got to do what? What? And it kept getting crazier and crazier and crazier. Like, I'm confused. Where did this lead? But yes, Dudu,
and that's where I think we have to make.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's where I think we need to make sure that people vet information that they get, because so many people to this place and encounter this information because legitimately wrong things have been done to them. On the wrong side of government or corporation or whatever have you. These people have legitimate reason to be suspicious here of institutions.
You're breaking up,
of how institutions treat. I'm sorry. The mic check.
1 2 1 2.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a legitimate reason for people to be skeptical about the institutions that most people have put their trust and faith in. They're about the Federal Reserve, for instance, that really are sketchy at best.
Right.
But at the same time, you can't just trust people selling you a good idea or saying something that sounds like sounds like what you're thinking at the time, because it may not be what makes sense for you as an individual. It may not be something that's going to be in your best interest, especially when there's strings attached, especially when there's money that's attached for information. If this was really about benefiting the community and benefiting other people as citizens, why does it have to always come with a hefty price? Why do you have to pay tangible goods for the promise of something?
Yep.
That may not even work, and then if it doesn't work, you got no recourse if it doesn't. At some point you have to look at that and ask yourself, is that a viable way forward? When you're having to cough up real money to give to people for a promise that really isn't a promise, that can't be backed by anything, because everybody always has plausible deniability. They always say, well, we just give you the information, we won't tell you what to do with it. But you're making them pay tangible money for this under the auspice that they're going to be somehow freed, or they're going to get what's owed to them. No one can see that. So why are they being sold this as a guarantee?
Or even have a disclaimer.
This guy came up with his whole team, suit and all, told me a guarantee. And again, I'm like, okay, this is a family lawyer. Oh, I'm about to, invest in having a family lawyer. Thought it was a whole prepaid legal thing. Oh, I've got people in Virginia. I've got people here. I've got people. Okay, we have a group meeting so that our clients can, be well informed. And I mean, this was a whole shebang thing. And I'm like, okay, it's just a traffic ticket. That's fine. Pay. This is what you pay. And, whatever comes up, any legal matters that you have, if you have legal matters that come up every month, I really thought it was like prepaid legal. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, I mean, we understand why you go as hard as you do, because to you, it's more than just a story and talk. You know the consequences and effects of this recklessness that these people are trying to push on our community. And you know it firsthand because it was done to you. So you're going to listen, like we always tell you, we get it and we understand.
Yeah, it's just what it went from a simple traffic ticket. Never in my wildest dreams, never in life would I have ever thought I'd be having this conversation. And I've seen people do scams. I've seen people, this is like the worst. This is, to me, like, this is just the worst.
But add on to the fact that this same information from these same sites is being passed off in our community.
Correct.
People are selling it as in nationality packets and status correction packets. People got these same sites with direct links to these websites on their sites.
Correct. You think, okay, I'm correcting genealogy. I have black on my birth certificate. I'm going to correct black on my birth certificate. But what you're getting is a whole, you're paying for a bag of rocks.
What's worse, you don't get to bag all the rocks in the end.
Mm-mm. And you call it if listen, there is no one, I don't care what they say out of their mouth. If they stood up in court and said any of this stuff, there's no way the outcome worked to their benefit. Period. There's no way. There's no way. A simple traffic ticket. There's just no way. There's just no way.
And again, it's dangerous. And like the number said and Brother James mentioned, the majority of our people that get into this are just trying to find a means to help their families or fix their situations. And the problem is when we allow people to become above reproach and pass on misleading information and stuff, that's dangerous.
Yes, it is.
That's very dangerous and irresponsible. And again, a autonomous assembly is not going to waver because people want to yell, scream, curse, bang on their chest. Again, we are a nonprofit American Indian organization for the communities, for the urban Indians. And a whole bunch of hot air is not going to cause this company to go nowhere. So again, you worried about the statement of saying anyone passing solvent citizen information amongst our community, we're going to let it be informed? You're correct. Because I refuse to sit back and allow another sister or brother to go through something when we know it's wrong and we don't speak up.
Yeah, no,
that's unacceptable.
Agree. I completely agree. Like, I don't want no one to ever feel what I felt. I don't want no one. I don't care if they look at me, if they done me dirty. I don't care. It could be someone who has done me so dirty. I don't wish that, want that on no one. It is not.
And you know what's funny? You can call using a 501c, and I'm using these as in their language. You can call the 501c the white man stuff and this and that. But you okay using the white man's religious sovereign citizenship ideology. You okay with using that. Again, can't use the 501c, the one that allows you legally to design all the things you need. But we're supposed to use some sovereign citizen racial created ideologies, and it's supposed to free us how again? When it wasn't even created for us, it was created against us.
Right. Created by the same eugenicists and white supremacists that you're supposed to be against, or claim to be against at least.
Who denounce the people in their family that look like they're white or can pass for white, but using, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm confused. Go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just hearing him scratching my head in my chair like, oh, I get it. We in third grade. We dealing with these double standards again, huh? Or even, I mean, honestly, when you can question people on their plan and their solutions for the community, and the questions get answered, and when you're asked a question, all you can talk about is a worthless, yes, I said it, worthless piece of paper.
Yeah.
It's worthless. Anybody telling you a declaration of any indigenous rights is going to help you do anything, Copper Indio, you still got that saying for sale?
Yeah, I mean that declaration that's backed by nothing is not even worth the paper it's written on.
You know?
Backed by nothing. That's an interesting statement. There's nothing
Because right, because what in any legal standing does that declaration? That declaration is just a statement. You can't build infrastructure based on the statement. Under whose authority is that statement written? Who backs this? Does the U.S. government even acknowledge? Because remember, if you're doing business or you're doing anything public or private in the United States of America, the government that is, the government of the corporation of the United States of America. So
I think you cut out Copper.
Yeah, I got an incoming call. But the corporation of the United States of America has to have rules of engagement for how they deal with any foreign group. And if you're not a citizen, if you're not declaring yourself to be outside of that corporation, it sees you as an alien. Period. So unless you're backed by the sovereignty of some other nation who has its own military, who has its own constitution and bylaws, what standing do you have in law, in any law, U.S. or otherwise? You have no standing. That declaration is a statement. Again, not worth the paper it's written on. And some people have even cited that, well, the United States has this standing army they can use to enforce their laws. Yes. And if you're going to say that you are somehow on par or above the United States government that has jurisdiction over the land, the actual land of America that you stand on, how do you back that up? If you were brought into a court of law, how do you defend that? I mean, these are legitimate questions. I mean, I'm not saying there's some corrupt stuff going on in the government. I don't like the government any more than anybody else. I don't trust the government any more than anybody else. Mm-hmm. But there's a protocol in how you deal with the government, whether you are a national, a U.S. national, an individual that was born here, okay, or a foreign citizen of another land. Regardless, you have to. There is a protocol for how you deal with the United States government. That needs to be clarified, because, again, you've got people that are asking you for your fiat dollars, which are Federal Reserve notes. For as much as people don't like the Federal Reserve, I don't either, by the way. But you're dealing in Federal Reserve notes. Yet you're talking about being outside the system. You are not outside the system if you're making money in Federal Reserve notes. That's the property of the IRS. And by extension, the reserve. You're not out of the system if you're using that.
They want you to believe that they are. I mean, again, this is where we got to do better. We got to stop falling for the okie doke. We got to stop making celebrities out of people, making icons out of people, because that's how this happens. You allow someone to be put on a pedestal to the point you feel like everything they say is correct. No man is 100% correct. Everybody deserves to be vetted, and information needs to be checked out. And anybody denouncing American Indian, claiming you're not an American Indian, then we don't have no reason to be conversating anyway. Because your fight and our fight are two different fights.
which is funny. All this supposed to be about the Indians, but they don't never talk about Indians. No sellout. You grew something off that declaration yet?
Nah. Unless you're talking about compost. Maybe compost. You get some compost.
Yeah, I'm trying to see, does it produce anything, you know? I mean, really, if I gave it to my neighbors, would it fix their housing situation and their food situation? Would it help them with the COVID-19 right now? I mean, legitimate questions.
Exactly. And as a matter of fact, that's a great example, Bone, because what you're talking about, well, what's being talked about right now is the idea, and we mentioned this before on the previous show, that there are people in some of these institutions now that are nonprofits that are suggesting that it may be necessary to extract people who are pre-symptomatic or asymptomatic for COVID-19. So they're talking about people who don't even show symptoms. If they're suspected of having the virus, there are nonprofits that people are donating to right now, like the World Health Organization, that are saying that it's a good idea. This isn't law, but yet it could possibly be law at any point. They're suggesting that it be possible to invade people's homes and extract people who are suspected of having the virus. So where does this declaration, or any declaration of any so-called sovereign, where does that fight against this? Because like we outlined earlier, in the Snyder Act of 1924, even the indigenous peoples here, the American Indian, is at that point in time of the United States. So how
Mic check, copy.
if this becomes law and you have mic check, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you cutting out.
Oh, sorry about that. Is that a little clearer now?
Yep.
Okay, but yeah, how is this declaration or any other establishment of a private or public status going to help you fight against being extracted from your home if you're suspected of having this thing? I spoke yesterday about the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe and the legal battle they're having over land that they have that was set aside to become a casino. It's been tied up in court for 4 years. These are people that the government is actually saying, we recognize you. We have rules of engagement for you. We acknowledge your constitution and bylaws. And their land was still taken out of trust. So how is a declaration, and these people have much more than a declaration, how is a declaration going to help you fight against that? How is some private status going to help you fight against these kinds of things? These are questions we need to ask. Because I mean, I'm not saying that people shouldn't go and do these things or shouldn't research them and explore them and understand them for what they are. I'm not trying to discredit anybody. I'm not out to do that. I'm just saying that we have been given an option, at least in the allegation. We've been given an option.
Oh, breaking up again.
They're better.
Oh, it's changing now.
Like, how are we going to? How can we substantiate any of this? that any of this has worked, other than people saying, I've done it, with no documentation. Remember, court cases are public record. You can look those up. You can share them if you like. It's public record anyway. People can find it if they aim to. Where's the proof that this works? That's all I'm asking. Show us where this works for anybody.
I mean, really, one person. And it's kind of funny that these same people will tell you that they can't take nobody else's word for it, no matter how many other people seen it. But they'll turn right back around and want you to take their word for it that they done it. What have you done if there's not one community offline, real community that can mention your name and what you did for them as a community? And it's amazing to me that people get on here and want to have these flexing contests, and because that's what it is, how long you've been around and what you've been doing, and how we supposed to be the new ones on the block and just getting it. If we're only a year old, brothers and sisters, and all these other ones supposed to be the gurus and the great teachers, why y'all didn't hear about HUD Section 3 from them? USDA, microloans, opportunity zones, real programs that you can use right now. So that means for 4 years of your time, it has been wasted on information that you couldn't use to do anything to change the standards of your life right now. So is that what it's really about? Information that people can't control and sell to you, that it was given away freely like it was intended? Because we didn't have to hop through no pay portal for the information. And the last I checked is all the information and links go right back to an official government website.
Bones, you reminded me of something, and it didn't click until just now. One of the things with all these different people, they were like, oh, they specialize in this, blah, blah, blah. What they kept asking was, how long have you known about this? How long? And it didn't click until just now. Basically, if you didn't know about it before, that's one of the things that they use to try and manipulate the situation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but they can't say that either. See, I'm an open book when it comes to the community. That's how everybody knows me, because I have talked to every last one of them and back information. Nothing I have ever done has been a secret on the front end or the back end. Every last one of them names got emails from me about these programs. That's why I said I can go up under the microscope. I hear knees shaking.
Must be cold.
I mean, again, they want to talk about how long they've been doing this and doing that. So why they have never told you any information, gave you any link, pointed you in no direction to a program that you can activate in your community right after they got finished talking or while they're talking to bring needed aid to your household and communities? These are master teachers and scholars. A1 researchers, they call themselves. And just in case powers that be, no, that's not a shot at A1.
You get the word
People,
right out.
people like to twist what you say real quick and forget that it's recorded. So again, you've been here for so long. Why you didn't tell the people? And why you only telling people information that comes from a site that can damage them? Would you say, no sell like, can my mama do it? Can my grandma do it? They're gonna be safe?
Can my auntie and her sister, oh, that's my aunties. Can any of my female family members do this and not be in danger? But we have a prime example here on the panel. I mean, you don't sleep right when stuff like that's going on in your life. So
You really don't. You really don't.
But see, they don't go out and know real people, so they wouldn't know the real damages. They just sit behind an icon and talk and tell you unbelievable fairy tales, and when the truth pop out, they want to suppress it. Because again, I hope people know this. The problem was people were seeing that, hold on, we don't have to follow this foolish rhetoric. We don't have to do this paperwork. People were learning for the first time yesterday in their lives that a lot of these things existed.
Can I read something real quick?
You know you can.
This is on the history of the sovereign citizen movement. And this is a Wikipedia link with a lot of hot links in it. It says the concept of a sovereign citizen originated in 1971, and this is when it really became organized, or not even organized, just, I don't know. In the Posse Comitatus movement.
Top, say that again. You're breaking the blue.
Posse Comitatus. Yeah.
Okay, Posse Comitatus movement. As a teaching of Christian identity, Minister William P. Gale, the concept has influenced the tax protester movement, the Christian patriot movement, and the redemption movement, the last of which claims that the United States government uses its citizens as collateral against foreign debt. Gale identified the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution as the act that converted sovereign citizens into federal citizens by their agreement to a contract to accept benefits from the federal government. Other commentators have identified other acts, including Universal Commercial Code, the Emergency Banking Act, the Zone Improvement Plan, and alleged suppression of the Titles of Nobility Amendment. In addition to Gale's white's nationalist origin, the sovereign argument has been adopted by the Moorish sovereigns. Their belief may have derived in part from the Moorish Science Temple, which was condemned the sovereign citizen ideologies. The underpinning of the theories of African American exemption vary. The Wichita Nation claims rights through provisions in the Louisiana Purchase Treaty, granting privileges to Moors as early colonists to the non-existent United Nations Indigenous Peoples seat 2015 or 215. Some of those in the movement believe that the term sovereign citizen is an oxymoron and prefer to label themselves as individuals seeking the truth.
So anybody talking any of this, anything about redemption, anything about status correction, any of this paperwork stuff, see who it ties back to?
Yep, it says U.S. government responses. The following 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, Congress passed the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996, enhancing sentences for certain terrorist-related offenses. In October 2015, during a domestic terrorist seminar at George Washington University, National Security Division leader and Assistant Attorney General John P. Carlin stated that the Obama administration had witnessed anti-government views triggering violence throughout America. Carlin personally confirmed the 2014 START, and it's in capital letters, START, survey findings, saying that during his time at the FBI and DOJ, law enforcement officials had identified sovereign citizens as their top concern. Carlin referred to social media as a radicalization echo chamber through which domestic extremists deliver, reappropriate, and reinforce messages of hate, propaganda, and calls to recruitment and violence. He charged its service providers with the responsibility of tracking and taking action against any such abuse of its services. Carlin announced that in order to ensure that the Department of Justice benefited from terrorist-related information and input received from around the country, it had created a new position of Domestic Terrorism Counsel. He said the position would serve several functions as the main point of contact for U.S. attorneys working on domestic terrorism matters, to ensure proper coordination of domestic terrorism cases, to play a key role in Department of Justice headquarter level efforts to identify domestic terrorist trends, and to analyze legal gaps or enhancements in order to better shape department strategies for countering national security threats, and to help direct DTEC efforts by providing members with overview and insights into various domestic terrorism cases and trends.
Mic check 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
All right. So again, anyone telling you about this status correction, paperwork, UCCs, any of this stuff, no matter what their name is and how they feel, ties back into this.
Can I read the incidents?
Let's do it.
I'll just read a couple.
Probably no punches.
In 1995, and let me add this. What really pisses me off is this is literally what they were trying to pull me into. This is what they were trying to attach me to. And okay, 1995, Oklahoma City bombing. Oklahoma City bombing was a domestic terrorist truck bombing on Alfred P. Murray Federal Building in Oklahoma City on April 19th, 1995, perpetuated by domestic terrorists Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nicholas. 2003, standoff in Abbeville, South Carolina. The 2003 Abbeville right-of-way standoff was a 14-hour shootout that took place on December 8, 2003 in Abbeville, South Carolina, between alleged extremists and self-proclaimed sovereign citizen Arthur, wife Rita, and son Stephen Bigsby, and members of the Abbeville City Police. 2010, West Memphis police shootings. 2 police officers in West Memphis, Arkansas, were shot and killed during a traffic stop on May 20th, 2010. Police identified and killed two suspects, identified as Jerry Kane Jr. and his son, Joseph Kane. The two were later identified as members of the Sovereign Citizen Movement. 2014 Bundy shoot-off. The 2014 Bundy shoot-off was an armed confrontation between supporters of cattle rancher Clevin Bundy and law enforcement following a 21-year legal dispute in which the United States Bureau of Land Management obtained court orders directing Bundy to pay $1 million. 2016 occupation of the Moher National Wildlife Refuge. On January 2nd, 2016, an armed group of far-right extremists seized and occupied the headquarters of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge in Harney County, Oregon, United States, and continued to occupy it until law enforcement made a final arrest on February 11th, 2016.
Ms. Gabby, let me stop you right there. Just because I want to put some context. Those last two events are connected. Cliven Bundy and the standoff that happened in Nevada, these were the same Bundys that showed up there in Oregon. Now, to be fair, there's some sketchy stuff going on with the government up there in Oregon. However, the auspices under which these guys were trying to occupy that land as sovereigns is what ended up getting, I forget the fella's name, but it got one guy shot and killed, and got just about all of these people that were leading this group arrested. And again, there's some sketchy government stuff going on up there, but the way to combat that is not what these guys were doing. It really is not. And as many of you know, I work in the media and had been following this story in 2016, from 2014 to 2016. I had been following what was going on with these groups, and it did not end well for them. And these guys were well armed enough to be able to have a standoff with the police. These were militiamen. That's a far cry from the inner city urban Indian that may or may not even have weapons to defend himself. You can't get people hyped up when they're not prepared to take on entities like and institutions like the U.S. government. There's a way to get the government to do what you needed to do without having to resort to this. And, do these guys love their country? I'm sure they do. Are many of these people well-meaning? I'm sure they are. A lot of these people that were up in Oregon were cattle ranchers. They're just trying to hold on to their land. The Bundy family was trying to keep their land. They got into it because the cattle that they were feeding were on an area considered to be federal land. Hence the dispute. These aren't ill-meaning people, but they were trying to go about dealing with the government in the wrong way, and it did not end well for them at all. I'm sorry, you can go forward, Ms. Gabby. I just wanted to point that out with those two events.
Right. No. I get what you're saying. I do. April 22nd, 2018, a mass shooting occurred at a Waffle House restaurant in the Antioch neighborhood of Nashville, Tennessee, United States. 4 victims were killed and 2 suffered gunshot wounds. 2 others were injured by broken glass. The shooter, armed with a semi-automatic rifle, was rushed by an unarmed customer, James Shaw Jr., who wrestled the weapon away, interrupting the shooting spree. The suspect was captured on April 23rd, ending a 34-hour manhunt. That's just a couple of incidences.
What's interesting is the Washita Moors, the group that a lot of people in this community like to quote and cite. I would advise people do way more research into that.
I would say something. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not, but I'll wait and I'll share this offline so people will have a better understanding as to what my stance is and why I do what I do. So just remind me when you said that. Just when we go to post production, just remind me, and I'll share some stuff with you. That's very vital.
No problem. And again, this is the information and a couple of examples on how it ends of the information that people will want you to take and run with. And the only thing that you can find verifying this is sites created by the same entities that put this out in the first place. But every government agency got them on notice. So you mean everybody else wrong but you? Everybody else is wrong but you. And can somebody explain me why Trump ain't used this yet? Anybody on the panel? I'm gonna need help with this.
Wasn't he all in the courtrooms trying to get something done when he was mad at somebody else for utilizing
casinos, all this and that? So why wouldn't he
be mad that he can't use this? Or he could use this, actually. I mean,
lawsuits, all the different lawsuits and bankruptcies and different companies. Why would he go through the legal process with the companies, the EINs, and being able to get another one and restart it? Why would he go through all of that if all he had to do was just find some paperwork and declare? What's this, Burger King now? Now, to all be, in all honesty, to be fair, if anybody else got some verifiable evidence with sources that shows it works otherwise, what's that contact again, no sellout?
I'm sorry, what did you just ask me, sir?
No, you know, here proof is not a problem, and we're never biased. So I'm like, now, if anyone out there have information that states otherwise, that this sovereign citizen stuff, how they got it labeled, you know, how the government authorities have it labeled, does work, we're more than welcome to look at the information. If it works, we'll come out and listen, we'll push it.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Yeah, you can hit us up. Look at the number on the screen if you're watching it live. But attentionsassembly@gmail.com. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, and or corrections, here for Attention's Assembly.
And clarifications, like Bones said, we more than welcome any clarification to this, because if there's documented proof of somebody that was able to, you know, to assume some kind of status and allow that to insulate them through any of this legal stuff, if that allowed them to live and trade outside of the U.S. dollar, if that allowed them to be able to do all kinds of reckless things and not have to account for them. Because remember, even the people that are affiliated with tribes are not able to just do reckless things outside of the reservation or in the reservation, because they still have their own government their own tribal government to deal with. So if anybody can provide documented proof of a legal case or documented proof of a stand down of police, we welcome it. No animus here, no argument here. If we can get established proof where a declaration of anything on its own, not backed by anything, just written on a piece of paper, is gonna make you free of what the government or the Reserve Bank, because it's not the government, remember, has done or will do. If there's proof of that, we welcome it. We're not going to hold our breath, but we welcome it.
You know it. Proof is not a problem.
Not at all.
Because last I checked, again, every program that we put out there has links, source information, so the viewers in their own time can click on the link, vet it for themselves, see for themselves that it's official. What's so hard to do that? Especially if people saying it's there, shouldn't you be able to recreate that over and over and over? Isn't that the sign of something being successful? How many times you can over and over and over and over? So there's supposed to be a path that works. You can't recreate it for anyone else. Did it really work?
Did it really work? You got to do it right, Bones.
Yeah, I mean,
you're breaking up a little bit, but you got to do it right.
Did it really work? And you can't recreate it for no one else. You can't even walk nobody through. Right after you do it, they can follow the process and be there.
Can I read a sentence again, please?
Hey, anytime.
Well, Gabrielle, you still here? I wanted to say something to you.
I'm sorry. I had to stop. I had to close windows out, stop. I apologize. But I'm going to read this sentence again. It's under U.S. government responses. Carlin referred to social media as a radicalization echo chamber through which domestic extremists deliver, reappropriate, and reinforce messages of hate, propaganda, and calls to recruitment and violence. He charged its service providers with the responsibility of tracking and taking action against any such abuse of its services.
One more time from the top, if you don't mind, Gabrielle.
You're breaking up a little bit, Bones. One more time, Gabrielle.
Okay. Carlin referred to social media as a radicalization echo chamber through which domestic extremists deliver, reappropriate, and reinforce messages of hate, propaganda, and calls to recruitment and violence. He charged its service providers with the responsibility of tracking and taking action against any such abuse of its services. You know that fine print, you agree to terms?
Mic check 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
All right.
10-4. And why people trying to act like they Mr. Glass on that M. Night Shyamalama Ding Dong movie, they the mega minds up in this camp, they don't realize something. For the last 3 years, Google has been threatening to close down Hangouts. Why haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Can I reread this again?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think no, you're fine. I just real quick. I think it's because he charged its service providers with the responsibility of tracking and taking action against any such abuse of its services. Could be that. I don't know.
You mean like Facebook was forced to do when they took Zuckerberg to court? Zuckerberg?
Yep.
And everybody's looking to Facebook now, but they don't realize the same rules apply?
Yep. So you can delete it all you want, erase it, lock it, make it private. They already have it. And this is not being said because we're any agents or working for any government agency, because we don't. This is to let you know how dangerous it is and the reason why we will always stand against it. This recklessness has no place in our community. None whatsoever.
I got another sentence.
To the point you are the worst of the worst because you claim to be researchers and can't even tell the truth where the information comes from.
Okay, so I got something to say first. Please.
You didn't discover anything. You copied and pasted.
Yeah, I got
all of you did.
I got a feeling you call them, and then you keep saying how dangerous it is. But listen, Gabrielle, you don't have to apologize for anything that happened yesterday at all. You were a victim of some BS, and you called the person that scammed you out. So if you want to address that here on Autonomous Assembly, you definitely can.
The floor is yours, sister.
Because technically, you just proved your point. That you didn't prove.
Well,
that
we just showed the community. Let's tie it in.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and tie it in. Let's just go ahead and pull up.
Yeah, let's tie it in because she has the receipts. Yeah. All the links on your site link right back to the SDM, buddy.
Shout out to Sister Bethy as well, who has nothing to do with
this. Yeah, much respect to Sister Bethy.
Has nothing to do with this.
Like I said, I can go up under the microscope. The whole company, the sponsors and all. Get ready for the rain, y'all. Let's go. I told y'all last night, let's do it. I ain't nobody playing with y'all. You fakers.
Sure is dangerous.
Want me to share screen?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Share what you got. This is on you. You know how to present it. You just presented it with SEDM and Fam Guardian Leviosa.
Wait. Gabrielle Union, I can't find your shared screen. It's not showing up on my, when I click on it on my search engine, I can't find your shared screen.
Hey Gabrielle, can you show your face while you show your screen?
Can you give me your IP address so I can type it in?
Hold up.
But we the agent.
Like that was a good show. You know, it was all right. But can you turn your camera on? And when we what? Did you just ask me to turn my camera on again? Pop's talking about kicking out again?
You know what? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get into that.
What grandma used to say? Sweep in front of your own porch before you try to sweep in front of someone else's. Shout out to the No Grandma Killers.
Man.
Shout out. Shout out. Shout out, just shouting you out. Nah, for real. So you didn't, like I was saying, you didn't have to apologize all those times. Maybe for disrespecting somebody else's channel, maybe. But you definitely don't have to apologize for being a victim of anything. That's like, we're not even gonna go there. No, we're not asking you to apologize for that. And matter of fact, since you can prove all of this, you really don't have to apologize. Somebody else should be apologizing. Matter of fact, I don't know why you didn't ask for a refund.
I did ask for a refund.
Oh, okay. You got a refund, didn't you? Then you go through.
Yeah. I had to go through some stuff, but I got it back.
Well, yeah. Well, let's talk about that after you go ahead and show your proof that you didn't just go on being a troll or an agent on the Sister Bethy's platform last night. Absolutely. You didn't do that, and that was not intentional.
Nope.
Said what you needed to say as a victim. That's I don't disagree with that. I'm going on mute.
And for the record, me and James had any knowledge of what was going on? Any gave you any invite? We shared any of this information prior to going on there?
No.
I just want to make sure, clear that up.
Are you talking about
Since
thinking it's a
people wanna
setup? Who thinks it's a setup?
Yeah.
The date will
You know
tell
what?
us, 'cause we know when Gabrielle.
We got invited to somebody else's platform, but it's a setup. How we set it up?
Hold on.
Hey, Bones, wait a minute. I got a
clear
question.
something up real quick.
Oh no, I got a question for you, Gabrielle.
Uh-huh.
Did you pay for this service before A2 or during
Yeah.
A2?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
Year and a half. A whole year and a half before.
Oh, before meeting us? Before talking to
Yes.
us? Okay.
A whole year and a half.
That's it. That's all I needed to say.
Okay.
2018.
Gabrielle Union. I need to clear this up too, and then you can go in on what you were going to say. Are you one of my ladies that I stole you from the bamboo boy?
No.
Okay, I'm just checking because that was
You're not an
insinuated.
escapee?
So, you were one of my ladies that I had you come in and be a troll and do that. So I'm just right.
Yeah, no.
Just don't put everything out,
No.
my wife greatly appreciates that being cleared up. So I don't know where that's coming from. Again, little bamboo boy. Okay. Go ahead. Gary.
Also, Ms. Gab, I think I should point out customer service. And there's a lot of talk in our community about business and how we should start businesses because that's what makes our community better, and it does. But a lot of people talking about running businesses do not understand beyond, applying for EIN and declaring an LLC. Most people don't understand how businesses actually run. Most people have not successfully run their own businesses.
Right.
When you run a business and let's say you sell goods, let's say you have merchandise or you have a service or a package, some kind of product that you're selling to customers. There's a degree of customer service that is not necessarily mandated, but it tends to be good practice for people who are professionals who run businesses. Case in point, you go to McDonald's, you order food, you're unsatisfied with said food. You go back and you talk to the manager. Okay, the person who runs at least that iteration of McDonald's, who represents the brand. Okay, and you say, I'm not satisfied with this. I got an outcome that wasn't expected or desired. Rather than throw things at you, yell at you, and threaten you, the manager or any other representative of the corporation, that is McDonald's in this case, would have to go and hear your concern first. Second, try to bring about a resolution to that concern because you are a paying customer. Whether it's refunding your money or giving you something else, or if nothing else, just settling that exchange. Okay, that much is owed to the customer. Again, that's not how every business has to run, because we see Hollywood doesn't run like that at all. But that's good business practice. That's how most of these corporations that have built up and become great industries have been able to do so. If we're going to pride ourselves as business people, if we go back in our history and look at how we were doing business here before other people showed up, this is good business practice. You don't threaten your customers, right? Because you'll find yourself without customers pretty soon. And that's not a threat. That's people voting with their pocketbook.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're going to call ourselves professionals, if we're going to call ourselves businessmen, we need to conduct ourselves as businessmen. We need to be professionals. And yelling at people, threatening people, trying to get personal identifiable information for people, okay, is not the way to go about handling any question or any critique of a product being sold first. Second, if you have a disagreement with someone, because people disagree with each other on the internet all the time.
Right.
People berate and insult others on the internet all the time.
Yeah.
How many people complain about Sprint or Verizon or McDonald's or any of these other corporations? And these corporations don't come down on these individuals and try to get personally identifiable information on these individuals. That's not how businesses work. Okay? And if I remember correctly, that's also a violation of the guidelines for just about every social platform, YouTube included, that we have on the internet now. You can't just go and dox people. You can't just go and demand personally identifiable information from people. Again, that's not it. That's beyond not being a good business practitioner, a good business owner. But that's a violation of the rules of the platform. You don't do that, especially against people's will. If you got a claim against some other individual, again, if it's on Google's platform, any other platforms, these people have Google accounts. You can go to Google, whether it's YouTube or whatever, it's still Google, okay? You can go to Google and state that claim. You don't need to go and threaten that individual or go and try to get documents, again, doxing, from others who you believe know that individual. You take that up with the platform owner. I should not have to school grown men and women about this, but this happens to be my profession. I do this for a living, running websites and supportive websites. This is not a game, and you cannot intimidate people or threaten people with legal action that you can't make good on. People insult each other on the internet all day, every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And where have you seen a documented legal case that somebody's wanting to get somebody because they called them something bad and said something about their business? Stop it. Stop it. This is ridiculous. Again, it's not even just bad business sense and business acumen for anybody claiming to be a professional.
I got a question.
Shoot.
Don't companies back up and stand behind, like if they have a business, right? And they have a web page for their business. Don't they back up and stand behind what is put on their website for their business?
I know we do here.
I showed y'all the date that I paid for that and downloaded it, right?
Mm-hmm. You had it on the screen? You were sharing it all?
What? Hold on. I'm sharing screen. I'm gonna pull this mess up.
Yeah, I was asking. I wasn't sure if you sharing the screen or not.
I'm sharing now. Make sure it doesn't start acting funny. All right, let me get to the beginning. Top. This is well before I had talked to y'all. I needed questions. I needed answers because this mess was not okay.
Who's the statue of Boris Karloff, Frankenstein you got on there? What's going on? Guess I'm telling my age now. And for those that are real simple. I don't know if y'all can hear me. Am I breaking up on good?
Oh, I can hear you.
But while you doing that, and I'm glad you putting that up. While you doing that, for those that just to put it in simple terminology, because I'm very simple. I'm meat and potatoes. Cover your ears, brothers, don't sell out. I'm meat and potatoes. So what Brother Copper India was trying to tell you is, it's called ethics, business ethics, and you're unethical when you do stuff like that. And so, under the business ethics, there's a thing called the whistleblower clause. That the identity of somebody, if they're bringing factual information about what you're doing in your business, they are protected. That is why even the President of the United States got mad when he was being impeached, because they would not reveal who was giving the information. Now you take
But
that
they
to the
businessmen. They businessmen, y'all. Let them tell it.
So he broke it down, but the Copper Indio broke it down in legal terminology, and I just broke it down for you in street. So now you have both interpretations, so you can't say, oh, I didn't know. Called ethics. No, thank you, sir. If y'all notice again, for the last 2 weeks, I have not told Mr. Gabrielle Union to close any of her windows. It's drafty in here, but I'm not going to complain. Go ahead, keep pulling them windows up.
That is drafty. All these hot links all lead to SEDM and Fam Guardian.
And from the record, and these links are found where again?
These are in this PDF that I paid for, that was sent to my email.
And you paid for them from where again?
Dane Calloway's website.
So to my understanding, this was the question that you was trying to ask, basically.
Correct. Period.
And it's kind of funny. It was something we wasn't even thinking about until people want to start acting like King Kong.
Oh, we there? I'm here.
Yeah, and you're under the microscope, and it don't look too good already.
So this is.
I mean, the sister called in to ask the question on why a packet that she bought got links going to a Christian Sovereign Citizen website.
Again, this link,
So you
it says
weren't
government. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So you were not trolling? Is that what you're saying?
No, I wasn't trolling. Like,
okay. I mean, you were affected by this, so obviously it's in your memory bank that the stuff on somebody's website is, and I'm zooming in on it right now just to make sure that I'm seeing. That's what we went over today. SEDM. So every hot link is. I mean,
it's every hot link.
Every hot link lead right back to that website. That Christian Sovereign Citizen, their paperwork that they created with over 60 years. Yes.
That's not like you can't charge for some copy and paste just because you put. I mean, well, I guess you did put it together.
Oh yeah, the receipt is validated and stamped by PayPal, time stamped and all. It's real.
Yeah. And that's what's crazy too, because that's why I asked. I was like, "Wait a minute, that receipt was well before she met us."
Yes, it was. That's why I said
for that. That won't know that. That's not no A2 investigation.
No, when I called,
she.
I don't care what nobody.
This is the same victim of all that other sovereign citizen BS. I almost cussed. I'm sorry. Man, last night. Sovereign citizen stuff. This is the same stuff. Why are the hot links leading to the same stuff we were talking about this rising? Why would they show those sites? Forms, IRS forms.
Look, okay, look.
Why not just hot link the IRS form, the IRS site?
This is what pissed me off. This says oh man.
Yeah, like why wouldn't the hot link just use the IRS site? Yeah, no, chill.
This says government verified identity document. Use this form when filling out financial account applications and government forms that require you to provide government ID. It provides proof of identity without connecting you with governmental franchise licensee and government issue numbers such as SSNs or TIN. Here's the thing. When you're looking for a legitimate, like when Bones puts a link up and it says USDA, or when Bones puts a link up and it says HUD, or when Bones, you're not trying to get information. You don't want to get information where it gives you a link to a sovereign citizen group. That's not help. That's hurt. That's harm.
That's not help at all.
That's the wrong H.
Tell somebody that they do it wrong when they get hemmed up. That's the teacher's advice. You did it wrong.
Yeah, how you gonna tell somebody they did it wrong when they got it from you?
So which part was wrong? That's what I want. Which part? Oh, you don't know? Hold on, whose site is this? This is a package from where?
This is a package from Dan Calloway's site.
Okay, so this is why you addressed it the way you addressed it.
Yeah.
I understand completely.
And again, the purchase date from PayPal is March 20th, 2019.
Yep.
Was it March, April? Yeah, either way. It was before you came. I think you came on the show in the fall, right?
Yep.
Well, welcome
That's
again.
why I keep saying the mess that these groups and these people, these documents and all this stuff that they perpetuate. When I say, I don't care what no one say, when I say all people with A2, all of them helped me. That's why I get
So check this out. Is there anyone that's listening that knows anyone who used this same paperwork and it worked for them? Like all the way through. They are free. They can walk in the courthouse with a gun on their hip. In the courthouse with a gun on their hip. What else? What are all the things that you can do? 200 miles an hour in a school zone.
You see what this says?
Your Bugatti.
Use amended forms rather than original IRS forms. That means that they've taken legitimate documents, legitimate government documents, and manipulated them. That is a fraud. That is a fraud. That is a fraud. That is beyond a fraud.
Can anybody prove that that's not fraud?
No, I think that you're saying it wrong. That's Fred. That's the German way of saying Fred. Not fraud, but like Sigmund Freud. Like
fraud.
I know one thing. I know it's getting hot for somebody up under that microscope.
Yeah, I mean, look, you keep hovering over them blue links. Do they say, I don't know what the website is. What is it? Whatever the website is that what it's not coming from the website that you got it from, though, right? Is that what you're saying? You downloaded a package after paying for it. You hover over the hot links, and they are sending you to a church? Would y'all say? What is it again? What kind of church?
Yeah, it sends you to SEDM and
Fam Guardian Leviosa.
Yep.
Which are the same site.
Which are the
same
same
Guardian are the same people.
Yep.
Okay, so since they're the same people, did we round up that it's just sovereign citizenship groups that's what this is?
Yep.
Yeah.
So why would somebody why would Dane be pushing or selling or whatever you want to call this, something that ties you back into what most of the people that are downloading this don't want to be a part of? And when I say that, I'm not talking about being private. I'm talking about the group that it's attached to. Let's just start with the group.
to talk about 501c's being attached to something with no proof.
No proof.
But here's the proof of what you're pushing is attached to. I
But
mean, no, so that's a very good question. That's a very, very good question. But to me, it seems like when you ask these people questions, that's when they get on the horn and get reinforcements and start buck dancing and trying to entertain.
look, this says close all your financial accounts and reopen as non-resident, non-person. I don't even know what the heck that is. Non-person without TIN.
See, that's why you did it wrong. You only know baby D. That's why you're looking at me.
Man,
It just didn't work out for you. It worked out for me, but it just didn't work out for you. When they don't understand, all you have to do is go to the bank and open up an account as a DBA using your EIN.
You know what?
Yes, you can. Exactly.
Can you say that one more time, Bo?
I agree with you.
James
I
Lyon?
absolutely agree with you. But because of this mess, man, look, I just want a regular bank account. That's it. That's it. That's all I cared about. All that other mess, no. This.
And the banks will help you do that. They even have it. You don't even have to leave the comfort of your home now. You can do that, and all you need is another account or another card, debit card, and it's $20 to $25 that they transfer over. It's not even the fee. They transfer it over into that account. You do not have to leave the couch. It's like, brother, don't sound like what's to do. You over there sitting on the couch. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You don't have to leave your couch. Come on, son. Shout out to ICDC College.
Maybe they should have listened to the commercials.
What's this say? Fam Guardian, sovereignty forms and instructions. Really? And you got to read their books. They got books.
So that would explain too when people say, "What's up, fam?" Your fam guard is that code?
Uh-oh. Seems like Brother James uncracked they code.
What's this say? I need to calm down. Citizenship and sovereignty course. They got to teach you how to be illegal.
I'm sorry. They charge you to teach you how to do it wrong now. That's what it is?
Yes. And look, what's this say? And this is what really pissed me off reading this. Use of this information given at the user's own risk. Why did you charge? Why did you charge something? Why didn't you just give it out for free? Why would you put me at risk?
Y'all know.
And charge you. Oh, what'd you say?
In case y'all didn't know, I was a b-boy back in the day. Now I'm telling my age, but there was a song that was out that says, "Play it at your own risk." That's all I could think.
How is coming here? This says learn the basics of law, government, taxes, and sovereignty. This will allow you to understand the Constitution, statutes, regulations, government in general. Do these in the sequence presented. Legal research and writing techniques course. Okay, so I'm confused. You mean to tell me that this trumps any lawyer or attorney or judge that went to paralegal in the legal profession, that went to law school, passed the bar, took those years? This trumps that? I can learn it all in one little PDF and a click of a link?
I don't know who they think they fooling.
Again, let me read this sentence. Carlin announced that in order to ensure that the Department of Justice benefited from terrorist-related information and input received from around the country, it had created a new position of Domestic Terrorism Counsel.
play with it.
So while people talking big talk saying, oh, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. Okay, let me read another sentence. Carlin referred to social media as a radicalization echoed chamber through which domestic extremists deliver, reappropriate, and reinforce messages of hate, propaganda, and calls to recruitment and violence. He charged its service providers with the responsibility of tracking and taking action against any such abuse of its services.
So even though these individuals might not care, the rest of the community does. We ain't trying to get lumped in with you idiots. Yeah, and I said it and meant it. Idiots. Look it up if you don't know what it is. You might see your picture.
Let me read another sentence. I think this is helping me to calm down. He said the position would serve several functions as the main point of contact for U.S. attorneys. U.S., that's like United States, like the big attorneys, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. For U.S. attorneys working on domestic. Domestic means local, right? Like not outside the United States, but inside the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Working on domestic terrorism matters to ensure proper coordination of domestic terrorism cases, to play a key role in Department of Justice headquarter level efforts to identify domestic terrorism trends and to analyze legal gaps or enhancements in order to better shape department strategies for countering national security threats, and to help direct DTEC efforts by providing members with overview and insights into various domestic terrorism cases and trends. So just because people are able to say it doesn't mean that they're in the clear.
Right.
You better watch.
Just because.
If that don't explain to you why they're able to say it and get away with it, get the wax out your ears.
Okay. Did we turn the microscope off yet?
No, it ain't done yet, because my question is still, this is what you're pushing? This is another solution? Self-appointed high and mighties around here, this is ridiculous. And the funny thing about it,
that's not a good look.
We wasn't even thinking about it. But since all y'all think it's going to be a jump on section, y'all realize wrong group of people, wrong company.
Yeah. Wrong. Challenge him. All right. Never mind, ain't got no people. But yeah.
Wait,
okay.
Somebody said that they were gonna fight. Let me. Ooh.
Stop moving. Hold on, now. Hold on.
Because I've already made it up in my mind. I made it up in my mind last night what I was going to do, and I mean.
Well, I mean, what you did today was make sure
none of that's even necessary. Again,
your name.
If people didn't learn one thing last night, this company ain't gonna bend. Its founders ain't gonna bend. You want to look up anything over here, look it up. We ain't moving, we ain't running. But just remember, with that same intensity, it's coming back. So you better make sure your stuff is in order. And off of a brief little thing, it don't look like it.
What does it say? Following? I'm sorry, go ahead.
So it's best for people to come off their high horses and do what it is, whatever you're doing. Because aiming this way is not your best bet. The gig is up. It's over. The fraud, the schemes is over.
Yeah.
I don't care who show up on what platform. That don't mean nothing. Who in the streets have you helped? Show me the community, the schools, the families. Not for my benefit, for your own. Because you're looking froggy.
You know, I say this. I called and I talked with y'all, and I shared with y'all the problems I was having, issues I was having, questions I had, and everything. And not one time did y'all say, read it for yourself, figure it out for yourself. Not one time did y'all share a link with me and say, figure it out on your own. And truth is truth.
No, that's the problem, because we actually doing real work, that we are actually up when they're goofing, telling their fairy tales online. We're actually on calls with helping real people. That the people that you hear speaking, that becomes a part of the show, are real people from the communities that the listeners come from. That anybody from the community can be a part of this just by calling in. That this isn't locked away behind some paywall.
Mm-hmm.
And again, to your holidays and things and anybody else who want to brag how long you've been here. So my question to you is, why you ain't never bring this information to the people? Why, when you're under the microscope, everything that you have is shaky? Bro, ain't no screws in this table.
Bro, screws? They still folding up
Not a
pieces of paper
one.
to put under the leg that's shorter than the other legs. A coaster or something. Don't use your mama good coaster. But listen now, hold up. This don't make no sense to me still. How is it that somebody's trolling when they have proof is not a problem, that they have been scammed?
Look, I am being cussed out, told a liar, called an agent, called a bunch of stuff, all because, like, what did you give me? Why would you tell me to do this? Why would you put my family in harm's way? Why would you put, and then not only that, it's what keeps going through my mind is, this is what I went through. I can only imagine someone else, especially other people I've listened to talk about, they've been going through it for 4 years and they steady keep getting fed. No, you got to do this. No, you, why? You know it doesn't work. You know it's wrong. What keeps going through my mind is all the other people that are going through it. And if they I felt embarrassed. I genuinely felt embarrassed. That's not cool. I don't care how little we got enough issues and enough things to deal with.
And that's the funny thing about the whole ordeal. to get an invite to a community of a group of people that was interested in using the information just to see. See, if this shows you anything, it just shows you what's the problem with this online community. The people that they put the most faith in are faking and wet toilet tissue. Yeah, I said it, and what? Come on, man.
White mayonnaise.
Come on. And then these little hit the keyboard hard threats, that don't mean nothing.
Hit the keys.
This is about the community, real lives, real people. But y'all don't hear the rhetoric. I got mine, I'm straight. I don't know about y'all. Man, y'all better pay attention. How many of them can you get on the phone 12:30, 11 o'clock? I mean, we had a Saturday meeting that lasted to what, 2 a.m. in the morning?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And this ain't saying to be bragging or boasting. But y'all wanted to open it up and put it up under the microscope.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can do the same thing. I don't know what status you have to put somebody up under a microscope and ask questions, but I guess you don't really have to have.
They talk about city officials and government. How many of them that you have on record, recorded file, having a conversation on what you can do for your community? And because something was bought out, that something was shaky, that makes you an agent now. So I get it. Y'all the ones with the agencies that's taking advantage of our people. Y'all better read in between the lines. Take them blinders off. Don't let nobody use your emotions to keep leading you astray. This is not the time to be emotional. Ain't nobody paying greater than the next person paying, because we all walked a bit of it. We all are tired. But this is the time when you must sit down and calculate. Not just for you. You got to be considerate of the generations that's coming after, because they're going to be the ones that pay for your actions. They're going to have to live in it. How we going to keep crying about not doing something that you ain't even do? Most people didn't even learn about it until yesterday. So how can you cry about what don't work when you didn't even know what was out there? Then you wonder why the good ones who do go into local politics, they end up working with other outside entities. If that don't show you why, that's it right there. Somebody tells you
that was the church, and by doing this, you joining the church. Come on, son.
Somebody tells you, listen, we can fix the conditions of the community and outside entities coming in, but it takes the people participating in the census and showing up at the local elections and meetings, and we can get it done. But if the people don't show up, then what? When we gonna stop being these movie characters, man, for real? When do we become a culture where fake is what we follow? When somebody can tell everybody else they gotta show proof, but haven't showed you anything. They can question everybody else about their genealogy, but can't give you not one credible link to genealogy in their family. Not one. You can have anybody come and talk. What's on paper? What's on file? What you doing with it? Who you helping with it? People don't want to help. They want to line their pockets. Because like Brother James tried to say, did you really care all this hard work that people doing on these YouTube channels that's supposed to be for the community. That's sweat equity. If you get the wax out your ears, you can turn around, set up a profit. It don't got to be non-profit. It can be profit. And also use that sweat equity. But you don't even want to do that. You rather scan the people for PayPal and Patreons and donations. And I'm not saying that taking donations is bad, because there's a lot of people that put it to good use. But when you do that and you can't never give the people anything solid, anything solid whatsoever that they can take back and apply to their everyday life. What, gonna keep doing videos and videos of how the system broken? Okay, we all know it's broken. It was broken before we got here. So what we gonna do to fix it? It sound like you're just trying to get paid off this broken system. A bunch of nobodies want to be a cool club on YouTube. I said it, a bunch of nobodies.
Trying to get paid? Yeah, what'd you say? Because that's what it sounds like every day, all day. Trying to
That's
get
all
paid
it is. Can't even tell you who their local leaders is. We got better contact with their local leaders than they do. That's sad.
And keep saying, no, we don't. Like, we don't. Like, it don't. Like, how would you know if you're not even in your city?
I could have sworn the forum we have every contact for every last one of them posted there. People need to stop. Again, it should always be about what's best for the people. And no, we are not nobody overseer. We are not the end all, say all. We are not the voice of the people. No, we're just brothers and sisters who came together, who seen the need and playing our part to fix it. No one here is a saint. We all have our good and bad days. But there comes a point in time, people, really, we got to start standing up for something. Something. We got to say no to something. This generation, my generation, I'm talking from the 70s on up, we got to do, listen, something. Because this don't make no sense. I grew up at the time where you just couldn't say something recklessly and didn't have nothing to back it up, a solid concrete. We based what's best on us by a bunch of digital followers that you can't never mobilize. Yeah, I said it. A bunch of digital followers that you can't never mobilize. Because if you could, you would have made a major move. Doing it with way less. Let's stop it. No, sellout. You seen the 1.6 dislikes yet?
No, not on any page, actually.
Who you fooling?
I mean, wouldn't that algorithm, I mean, forget the algorithm, wouldn't the real people, or 10%, wouldn't it be like, what's 10% of 1.6? Somebody help me out. I don't do the math. So, no, hold on. What did you say, Bones, about business? This is something businessmen know, right?
Yeah. 10%? Well, any businessman know in marketing, whatever your total number of subscriptions is, you will only expect 10% of that when it comes to sales. So using this common term, that means 10% in their audience, anytime you say something that's disagreeable or hateful or speaking out, should pop up. So we should be at least looking at 107,000 people at least having an issue.
Nah. You know what?
I'll give it a month.
Let's go with 10. Let's go with 1% of that 10%.
Oh, 1,000.
Like
we're
we
gonna
can't get
go
1,000
1,600. We're gonna go 1,600. I'll give them 1,600 and 2 months.
That'll be a record. I ain't seen that on the Outweigh, the like 400 likes versus 1,500 dislikes. I don't know. I mean, it has to be like a hate video or something. This ain't no hate video. This is a proof video. That truth is in the building video.
Yeah, this isn't about hate.
No, it's not whatsoever. It boils down to right and wrong. Straight up. And again, ain't nobody saying that to be no saint or no judge. But we matter. And I don't care what nobody else think or say. We matter.
Facts.
And as long as this corporation here that's built to stand the test of time, as long as the creator wills it, and its mission statement, any of you that is out here harming the community, you're going to have a problem. And we are only a year in. I don't fear no man in real life, so I definitely don't fear no YouTube characters.
Oh, no. Nah.
The YouTube characters.
Sound like Animaniacs.
Yep.
Okay, so did we handle that? I just want to know if we handled that microscope well, because when you're in the lab, you have to put your microscope away. I don't know if any of you know that or remember that. You're trained. You cannot leave that microscope out.
No, you know me. I was giving them time. I was giving time for the word to spread around. I want to see.
Oh, okay. I can see some links.
These 1,600, at least one of these 1,600s hit this number.
Yeah,
we got a wide open number.
Yeah,
wide open on the screen. You can call in. You don't got to go digital, but somebody should have called in and said something in defense. Who you fooling?
Matter of fact, wait a minute. I think Sister Bethy is live right now.
It should be people. Listen to me.
I know what you mean. I know.
For too long. Paperwork, everything validated, BMI, ASCAP, you name it. There ain't none of this recent. 20 plus years.
10%.
Don't play them games with me.
Just 1% of the 10%?
Wasn't nobody even thinking about these clowns. You know what? Arthur Ashe right. It ain't their fault. It's COVID-19 fault. The circus closed, so all these clowns on the loose, y'all.
Yeah, I see. All right. Come on, man. I'm on the run. Here I come.
And that double dog there still open.
Yeah, no, for real. Seriously, yeah. I'm waiting.
Think you gonna sit here and scare me from the work that we do for our people? You crazy. Won't be intimidated. That ain't the American Indian. We have survived way worse than you. Cowards, frauds, suckers.
I would do something to you, but it's not coming up on my search engine. I can't find out where you are. I can't find you.
You know, nothing pop up. They supposed to be so real. Don't nothing real pop up, only social stuff. How real are you?
I use my real name. I don't know that for sure. I mean, at this point.
No, I don't think
Listen, so transparent, put mine on screen, put it on screen and told you what you was gonna find, and double dog dared you to read it.
No, he didn't. He couldn't do it.
talking about who was doing what. Got into this to make a buck. YouTube started, wasn't none of these clowns around. They're trying to fool. $1.6 and they set up NAN event for NAN community to generate nothing to help not one community, not a sneaker, not even a hairball rat. Man, stop playing. Y'all trying to tell me Coach and Phoenix and them can come together, do something good for the community. Shots out again for what they did, regardless of what anybody else want to say. They heart in the right place. They can come together in a short amount of time, put something together in short notice for the community with nowhere close to supposedly 1.6. Ain't nobody noticed these 1.6 only show up on one particular platform, huh?
You gotta pay for them on all the platforms, I think.
Come on now. My brothers and sisters, it's time to shake off the fairy dust. And I get it. I get it. Buy into something. Get your hopes up. I get it. But it's time to brush this off and for us to bite the bullet and get the real work done. The real solutions are right where you reside, in your local communities. You do not have to be filling out no paperwork, turn it in this, turn it in that. If you're filling out any paperwork, it should be getting your business and stuff and affairs in line so you can start generating generational wealth to change your family's destination in this. Again, if you don't have nothing of leverage, there ain't no negotiation. Somebody gonna tell you what you gonna do. You either gonna take it or you gonna walk out looking foolish. Stop lying to the people. Did all this remarkable stuff, but can't even show you one court case, which is public info. Public info. Matter of fact, wouldn't that pop up on Google if you had this major court case where you did that? Because I know one thing, my family history do. So, I forgot. Google just do that for me, y'all. That's just me to do that for. People need to stop it. What we got to do next? A whole breakdown of all these dummy corporation filings that they trying to get our people to do? Told you, we just getting started. We know where your information come from. I mean, anybody got anything else they want to get off about it?
Oh, man.
I just want to make sure that everybody's understanding what's going on right now. If you're not understanding what's going on right now, johnsonisassembly@gmail.com, or the number is on the screen.
What, they thought we wasn't going to be here in the rising?
people can say a lot of things. It's not until you click on their websites and pay for their stuff till you really see what they're really talking about. No one should have to learn about it, deal with it, period.
I don't think I'm alone when I say that this nation, regardless of what your affiliation is, regardless of what your identity is, this nation allows its citizens to make a living. It allows them to start businesses. It encourages it even. Nobody's taking issue with somebody trying to feed their family, doing things that they feel like they're good at, that they're talented at. That this is the nature of profession. Nobody's taking issue with that. The place where we have a problem is first when you begin selling people a promise that has the ability to hurt them. Not just them as individuals, but them and their families. Again, you can run a YouTube channel, you can run a Patreon account. I mean, these things are at our disposal. Make your money. If you want to entertain, by all means. This isn't a matter of emotion. This isn't a matter of anyone looking down on anyone else or chastising anyone else because of what they do. Nobody takes issue with that. The place where this organization, this institution has a problem is when people are being set up to be hurt or to do things unknowingly to hurt themselves. And one place we do draw the line, because it's perfectly fine to have a disagreement with someone. It's perfectly fine to not like someone. It's perfectly fine for that happens. But when it gets to a point where you're starting to ask for, and not only ask for, demand personally identifiable information, whether you choose to disclose it or not, you have the ability to. But to demand it from others, or to demand that others retrieve and provide personally identifiable information from someone else, because you make a claim like that, you are not the police. You are not an authority. The only people on these platforms, this one included, the only entities that are able to demand personally identifiable information, doxes, is law enforcement, period. No individual, no CEO, no founder, no businessman has the authority to do that. And as I said before, that's not only bad business ethics, thank you, Brother James, that's a violation of the same platform policies that we all agree to by using the platform. And again, people that believe in the sovereign citizen movement are well within their rights to believe that. And I get it. I get that these institutions have done us wrong. These institutions have betrayed us, misled us. I totally get it. But at the same time, you can't hold it against people for not agreeing with that. I don't hold it against people for believing it. and you can't threaten people and threaten litigation that now over something they said about you on the internet. We all know. If we're honest about it, we all know a judge will throw that out of court and laugh that out of court. Somebody said something that made you upset. How many people are outraged every day on the internet? Yet you don't see any of these issues, these disagreements get brought up in court. You don't see any litigation over that. Now, if somebody went and wrote an article and was trying to get someone's business taken down, that doesn't look like what was done here. It was a fundamental.
You said something that made me think just real quick. If you outside of the system, how are you suing someone in a U.S. court?
Thank you. You can't.
Exactly.
What about the currency that you're suing them for, though?
Exactly. We on one hand say we're gonna operate outside of the U.S. government, yet on the other we're gonna say we covet the fiat money that we claim is false, and we're also going to go to the courts that we say are false and fraudulent to sue other people for money that we say is bogus. That doesn't add up.
I don't know much. I really don't. I'm gonna ask this question. I've heard, or no, maybe I'll just make a statement. I've heard the statement that if you have a lawyer or an attorney that makes you, like, what is it, not capable or something like that, a minor.
You know what? I'll be that all day long.
How come the same people
I will be
that
that
tell
all day
our
long.
people, how the same people that tell our people to use this paperwork is up there telling you they got lawyers?
Oh, I didn't know there was lawyers in the system. They got lawyers on the SEDM thing, like that's like news, like the sovereign lawyers.
No. The same people on these live streams just play it back last night. Do all this yada 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 yada. Do this paperwork, that public, private. Turn around, talking about suing in the court with lawyers.
You can't do that.
And that would fall into the international law. It'd have to be.
Oh, is that what they mean? Is that what they mean?
If you're
the attorney?
If you're a sovereign, you're a foreign. So when one party is sending out notice that another party they're being sued, this is like two countries fighting. So who is this great international attorney? That's what I want to know. Who,
I would like to see proof of that. Actually, that's a really great question. You break it up just a little bit, James, but that is a great question. Who is the international attorney? If they're not international, then are you out of the system? I thought you were out of the system. Matter of fact, I know I heard, who was it? It wasn't Nino, was it? It was somebody was told by Dane not to give everything away. Don't fully give it up. Don't fully give up your social. But some people are getting the information that you should fully give up your social. I'm confused as to which one.
No, you know what?
Half of it's like, how many numbers is it? It's 6. It's divisible by 3. I think. What is it?
But keep the last 4. That way you say.
There you go. That easy pin that you can put on anything. Yeah. Keep the last 4. There you go. That's a good compromise. If you keep the last 4, you still in the system, and you can, if you really want to get out of a traffic ticket real quick, just show them your regular government ID.
It's let me see. It's XXX last 4. Keep those last 4.
There you go. Exactly. You got it.
But then again, so backwards, you are an agent of the IRS if you get a tax exempt status from it. Yep. But if you get an EIN number from them, you're not.
I'm trying to figure out where you can prove that you're an agent of the IRS regardless. But
man, listen, if we some agents for the IRS, we some agents from the IRS and y'all got IRS checks and didn't tell me, look, when we go off air, we gonna have a serious discussion.
My cousins and auntie work for the IRS. Well, she retired now. Shout out to my auntie in Stone Mountain. Y'all play too much. I want them checks too. I like government checks, IRS checks. Nah, Bones, I ain't got none of that going on over here. No, I'm sorry.
Because I'm like, they didn't pay us to do nothing. What these people talking about?
Exactly, and you know what? To add insult to injury, how many of these people who supposedly outside of the system now, supposedly want nothing to do with the federal government,
Wait a minute.
that so-called Trump check, that stimulus check that just went out to everybody about what, Wednesday, Thursday last week? You took the money, but you're outside the system. This don't make any sense.
Wait a minute. No, I got one. Gabrielle, I want to ask you a question and introduce you to this and ask your question.
Okay.
What did you use to pay for the service that you purchased? Did you use I don't know, was it USD or was it anything outside of USD?
No.
Deutschmark, no francs, no pesos, nothing.
They want the new digital dollar before they had the
Some
new
of them
2000
did
snacks.
ask me to buy those things and send it to them.
Oh no, yeah, you know.
But no.
But purchasing that specific package from that specific website that I believe is
USD.
Was that United States dollars?
Yep.
Okay, so is there a place where you can trade in United States dollars for the currency that you make up for yourself?
Online?
I mean, like, just say you make up your own currency. I don't know what you do with currency if you're out of the system. So I'm assuming you make up your own currency. Is that your own currency, or do you still use US dollars? I don't even want to know.
US dollars.
Maybe you don't go through that trouble and just say, you know what? I'm out of the system, but I'm still gonna try to get this cash. That 25K. Nah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. Never mind. Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting. You can ask your question, Gabrielle. I'm going on mute.
I forgot my question.
Also, we have not gotten an email from anybody challenging them. All right.
Challenge.
We got 0 emails. I sent one out. Sorry, y'all. I sent one out. I sent one out like they ain't gonna get emails last night. I got another one. Reputable source. The reputable source that is your product is right here, right now. Gabrielle, you do not have to apologize. That's my main thing. Do not apologize for being a victim. That's all I got to say. I'm a victim.
I lost my cool, and for those who don't understand, sometimes people don't remember that. You know what? You know when you're younger and your mom or dad or aunts, older people tell you, you tell a lie, you always got to remember it. So don't tell a lie. Always tell the truth. You don't have to remember the truth. It's always going to be there. When you tell a lie so much, huh?
No, just say,
When you tell a lie so much, and then they say as you get older, your memory starts to go. I would think as you get older, it gets harder and harder to keep up with the lies that you've told. Like, it's one of those things when you hear somebody, you say, look, you're lying, and they say, well, what'd I say? To me, I take that as, oh, so you want me to remember your lie. It's just me thinking. That's all.
No, you're fine, and I echo what Brother No Sellout said. You don't have to apologize because people don't understand unless you've been through something and you've experienced it firsthand. It makes all the difference in the world, and not only because of your actions that things go awry, but then your children suffer. That's why I can respect anybody that wanted to downplay and belittle, saying, hey, I'm doing things the right way in order to protect my family. So you don't have to apologize at all. None whatsoever. Because you actually went out there and you were applying the information you were given, trying to do what was best for your family. Not trying to recruit people to start this militia.
but to do what was best for you and your family. And this is exactly why there are laws in place to protect people when they legitimately have a complaint or an issue, that they are protected for that very reason.
Let me
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You got the floor.
No, I just, because you made me think about something. That particular thing right there, I didn't share that with nobody. Nobody. I didn't give it to nobody. I didn't share it because it.
You want to know how I know something was troubling you? Here's what I want you to do. I want you to listen to when you first started coming on the panel. I want you to listen to your tone. And I want you to listen to one of the most recent shows. Now that you've gotten that gorilla off your back and gone through the process of saying, hey, I've been there and done that and I'm not going back again, your whole atmosphere has changed. Just go and listen.
Oh, I know. Oh, I'm sleeping. I mean, like, I may crash in front of, drop my head, slump in front of the computer, but there's no breaks in that sleep. I just open my eyes like, oh, I was asleep. There's no paranoia. There's no, you know what? My door's going to get kicked in. I'm sleeping. I can laugh. Even my children said it had been a while since they heard me laugh. Like, my family told me, oh, you're getting back to the old you. And not necessarily the old me, but me.
I get exactly what you mean, because you don't have that over your head anymore. You're not worried. You're not stressing about it. So you can actually relax. You can truly relax and enjoy life. Who wants to live life constantly looking over their shoulder?
Or worrying about when my children go out and about, or when they go to college, or when they're driving with driver's license and insurance. Just want to put that out there real quick. With a real driver's license from the state, with real insurance through a real insurance company. Just want to put that out there. No shame in saying driving. That I don't have to worry about them being followed or it. You know what?
I'm like this. All these people that be yelling is traveling. If somebody ever hits your vehicle, you bet not file an insurance claim. I promise if I find out. Whoa.
Or better yet, when they hit somebody, don't do a hit and run. But when you hit somebody,
right?
And those officials come, you go ahead and drive it if you want to. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Because again, I don't know who they fooling. And people, don't let them think that you're that naive, that you're that entertained and they're that good to mesmerize you. That is all forgiving Messiah that makes man, stop letting these people fool you.
And that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Foolery. Exactly what it is.
Because they co-mingling things, and we have a lot of deep researchers, especially in the chat. Please look up the difference between a sovereign, which is a foreigner, which is an alien, and a diplomat, when one has diplomatic immunity. Not the same thing. So you go out there and claiming you a sovereign, and with the attitude that you are a diplomat. Again, some people have been watching too much CSI Miami and CSI New York and NCIS. That's what they've been doing. I know that's what they've been doing.
Oh, they couldn't have been, because on CSI Miami, CSI New York, what's that other one I was telling you about, Double Cousin? NCIS. Oh, they got little sovereign citizen episodes to see that. Listen. Oh man.
And them actors had one-show contracts. Hint, hint.
Man, then to see them episodes, I cringe. I cringe when I see something like that because look, I don't ride around. I don't walk around with a gun. I don't. However, to know that people would have you lumped in and associated with something that is considered to be a domestic to be domestic terrorism, it is literally putting yourself in danger. So when, let's say something wasn't clicking right when they pulled you over and they ran your tags, everything's legit, but let's just say, but because you are now lumped in with something that is violent, that automatically puts an officer on defense. That automatically does that. They are, oh man.
You're good. I just want to know, does the number still work? Is it still on?
Yep. Might check 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2. I'm sorry, my bad.
It's time out for people, especially in this so-called community, to make the victims feel like that they're the criminals. And I've never dealt with that. When I call it in real life, I've never dealt with that. The way it's just so prevalent and accepted in this community. That when people are coming out, oh, I'm coming to get you. Hey, like I said again, when I've been standing toe to toe with guns pointed at me, and yes, I've been outnumbered. So you trying to threaten me online? Matter of fact, I had one guy in this community some years back that he picked a spot. I said, okay, meet me at MLK and 2nd Street by the Fair Park, by the Cotton Bowl. I waited for 2 hours. Call back, like, oh man, I wasn't coming. Okay. Don't make these kind of threats. Don't tell me that you coming to see me, because you can come to see me. I don't mind you coming to see me. Because you making those kind of threats.
Might meet you halfway.
That was my point. He lived in South Dallas. He got upset with me because a close relative of mine got caught up in his radical organization that was just like this. And that person ended up getting hemmed up. And their one phone call was to me. And I contacted that organization and said, hey, why did they get locked up? What was going on? Oh, well, we didn't say anything. We were just recording. What happened was one officer told them, hey, you can do a protest, but you can't be in the street. Then the other officer came back and said, you guys can't be on the sidewalk. They said, well, what are we supposed to do? So when they asked that question, that's when they got charged. And when I mean charged, I'm not talking about charged with, disorderly conduct. I'm talking about they were physically charged by the Dallas Police Department. And I said, y'all have all these ins and outs and means and how you do this and do that. Why can't you get these people out of jail? So I called my friend, a legitimate attorney, to get them out. It was like 7 of them. It was of course 100 of them out there protesting, but these 7 got arrested. So I told them, stop playing. I said, once I get you all out of this situation, do what you need to do. Yes, do your community service, get it over with, and don't go back. So this dude was saying, oh, my thing legitimate, you can't tell me, blah, 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 and I'll come and I'll knock your block off. Let's go. Let's go. And I don't mind. I'll share all this in the back chat. again, because I know there's at least one knucklehead that's out there listening. Reason why it hasn't been one thumb down, because he already know he's been exposed. Because again, I already have the receipt showing that you were gonna go and thumb down every A2 and every Doodoo Vision video. Yo, I already got you. I got the screenshot of you don't saying it. So it's not, I'm not saying anything that you haven't done. There's been no thumbs down. But he's listening, sending out emails. Oh, let me tell you what they're saying about you. Let me tell you what they're saying about you. Come on, son. I yield the mic. I've been going on too long, but I yield the mic.
I'm still waiting on them. I'm still waiting on them 1,600 dislikes. We gave you the benefit of the doubt, buddy. 1%.
Oh yeah.
I thought so.
That means you gotta log in and then log out 1,600 times.
Man, you know how that sucks. That has to suck. Unless you got a team on it. I don't know. You can have a team on it. The robot thing.
No, scratch up some funds and pay for some dislikes to show, try to prove. Still waiting on that one. Man, you know, I'm not even gonna entertain that anymore.
Or you got all they do is just, you know, the dude that got everybody's log in that hasn't seen his feet since the 1976 Olympics. You know, he just things with his TV tray sitting on his belly. Sucker. I'm sorry, I yield to my
I'll talk to one that was acting like he was Todd Data in the chat. Yeah, we know about it. Man, everything over there is smoke and mirrors. I just hope the brothers and sisters and Sister Bestie community over there can see through some smoke and mirrors and realize some people do not have your best interests in mind. They got their own pockets in mind. That's why today is going to be business as usual. And if it isn't Sister Bessie or Brother A1 giving history, you're going to get the same old rhetoric that you've been getting the whole time. Yada, 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 yada. Okay, heard it before, seen it before. What can you give someone that they can use right now? I mean, right now.
We start businesses.
And then you keep mentioning Aboriginal wealth. Shout out to Miss Mohawk and her creation, but it ain't yours, it's her creation. Stop piggybacking off other people's work. That's what's done for her and the people she's responsible for. So much respect for that. But it ain't yours.
And last time I checked, didn't she have a business before Crib Up?
Yes, she did. She came there with her business. So you didn't develop anything. Still waiting for you to roll out your Puff the Magic Dragon declaration plan that's going to help these brothers and sisters with employment, food, shelter, you know, basic needs. The same thing that the same people telling you are clocking in the 9 and 5 and getting that US dollars. You know, the same ones that's willing to sell out the integrity of the American Indian or even the American, whatever you want to identify yourself as. For $2,500, sell your soul for a bucket of water on a frozen day, won't you?
Yeah. Actually, no, it was 25K, but he pop locked for it though.
He was already breakdancing trying to get to it.
Yeah, until his boy said, nah. He's like, no.
I'm going there. And the crazy part is if you really starting businesses and you're helping people legitimately, whether you want to take it or accept it or not, you could have received your stimulus check as an individual, and then the second part as a small business. But nobody pay attention to that at all.
No, they don't.
And again, I'm looking at, show me the alternative. But no, said I kept asking this. Show me what I can do for my granny, my aunt, for my mother. What right now? Don't tell me about starting businesses when asking, hey, name one bit. He could name one business that you started with because you don't even have a business plan. Because if that's the case, your organization your hashtag that you're claiming is an organization again that belongs to a Caucasian woman would already been up and going. So what I want to know, because y'all help me out. I want to know, Brother Bones, Brother No Sellout, the Copy India, what did y'all learn, or what did y'all get to even steal? I don't know, because one thing it would be like, oh, I'm already got my business up and going, and I have a receipt showing I started it on this date, and they started this up on that date. So everything that they have is because of me. I'm still waiting on that.
Oh, now that's easy proof. That's an easy way to prove what you say if you say it like you're saying it, but you say it like you're saying it to deceive people. So that's why it's being said like that. I mean, but yeah, common sense to tell you, hey, we stole something from you. You have the proof. Didn't somebody give a car analogy like 1,000 times on this channel?
Mm-hmm.
Man. Okay. I guess, I don't know. You got to be able to share a screen, I guess. I'm just saying. But you can send the information.
I took radio stations that's receipted and license registration way before I came to a tribal community, way before these people were on YouTube. That I have, come on, man. I'm not.
I think that's actually no. That's the fun there. We don't have to, because that was actually the funniest part of all of this conversation for all this time, is that something was stolen, but no proof has ever been shown. Everybody in the chat will reflect that that's what Holiday said. We stole something from them. But do they have any proof? And does he have any proof?
Right. And why did the so-called leadership of this organization end up turning on the content creators that affiliate with the organization because they weren't getting content? They were going to start making the people tuning in to the show provide content. If we stole something from you, then it's information. Everything being communicated, especially on this platform and ones like it, is it's information. If it's just information, if it's free, have y'all paid for any information that y'all have shared?
Nah.
Nope.
I haven't. I definitely haven't.
Nah.
So
You're
this
talking
is
about
free information,
right?
Yeah, we're talking about over here.
Yeah,
we don't pay for information.
Nope.
So if there's information that we've taken and stolen, then why do they have to get other people to create content for them? The information is free.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't be talking the same stuff that you was talking 2 years ago.
Right. And can you steal something that's free?
I know you can sell something that's free. I'm seeing that today. Because didn't we just go to Google and see SEDM is on Google? You can Google it, but yet it's copied and pasted on a package that's sold on a site that somebody owns, I guess. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's not making any sense. It's making you some change. You're making no sense.
You are so heavy. Come on, man. What's really real?
I'm just saying, this is how you gonna, man. Who are these people? I just want to know who these people are. You know what? I think we are getting to see what real online people look like, and I use those words very loosely. Real online people. This is how people. This is the crazies that we've already heard about. And you remember Yahoo days, Copper, or anybody on the panel, when any article posted in Yahoo.com was just look at the comment section in early 2000s.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Any article, any subject, especially when Barack Obama was elected. Oh my Lord. I think they shut down Yahoo.com because of the oh my goodness. They just, man, yeah, you had to show your face at that point. It's like, hey, if you're gonna come in this chat and leave a comment on this article, please leave your IP address at the door. We need to know who you are.
Because none of this hate speech it's bad. It was bad. But yeah, I don't know.
But no, so
But that's all it is. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just saying, y'all. Wait, you. But no, so you mean to tell me that Bobby Brown's not dead? Because that's all I kept getting out of them Yahoo parts. Bobby Brown's not dead.
The Yahoo.
Came across my feed in Yahoo. Bobby Brown's dead.
Yahoo. Just I would say. I mean, if that might be the platform other people be using. Because some people don't use Google.
Former First Lady Michelle Obama's a man. Come on, son.
Michael Obama. Yeah. Yahoo.
I mean,
Yahoo.
But they helped me figure it out too, y'all. Y'all know what? They did help me do something. And when I'm talking about Holiday, he helped me figure something out. He was dying out, and we gave him life.
Man, because that channel, yeah. I mean,
yeah. When
even floating around from
Coach
channel
stood
to
up
channel.
and we decided to breathe life back and content back into it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And anybody who heard that to the point, so Coach was supposed to slave and run all them streams just to be running them.
Supposed to.
Anybody who heard that and still riding with that, hey, listen, I'm not even mad at you. Stay over there. Please do. Please do. I got no issues with you. If I seen you in public, I'll wave and speak. No animosity whatsoever.
Thing about it is, you won't see them in public because they never get off the porch.
Hold up. How old? How old was what's his name? Was it Sugar Bear? What's his name? When he was on the porch and Don't Be a Menace. My mama said I was on punishment. Can't leave. Yeah. Like, bro, you 60?
Talking all this. Can't go in.
Bartholomew. I'm sorry, that just popped in my head. I just remembered it. Oh shoot, ma! I said,
I mean, we let it be known from day one. Who you hear every rising is who we are. These are not characters we playing to entertain nobody. This is who we are.
This is me.
But I'm still, listen, y'all, I might be petty. If I am, let me know. I'm still looking for 16. Listen, I dropped it to 160.
Look, I said, look, you know what? We can do the 1% of the 1%. Always talking about the 1%ers. We might as well talk about the 1%ers now. Where is that math? I would like to see it in the algorithm. Shout out to Tade.
It's that new math. MAF.
MAF. Oh man, but not for real, seriously. I mean, proof is not a problem.
And that is something though. I'm trying to figure this out. We stole something, but they still on YouTube, and we have our offline platform of our own.
Shout out to Giovanni.
That's
I mean, no, you know, I don't like that we have to keep bringing up the stealing part, because that, how many years has it been now that we have not been proven that anything was stolen, nor has anything.
Are we talking about football?
Been mimicked. No, I don't. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, talking about offense and defense.
I got the video on that one.
I'm just saying.
I got the merchandise for that.
You got the right category, but the wrong sport. Because we got stealing and traveling is what I've been hearing. That's what the Bones forte. That's basketball. Stealing and traveling.
Stealing and traveling. Oh man.
I guess that's what they meant. They must have been looking at like an old tape or something like, yeah, man, he stole the ball on that one. No, he traveled, y'all. Yeah, he traveled. Yeah, oh, my bad. See, I was misunderstanding what they were saying. My bad.
A lot of people will get it, Bones. This is how they get it. It's sports, man.
They was probably on the other side of one of them other teams or something. My bad. I ain't mean it. It was just a game.
Nah, traveling and stealing. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, dude. I don't know. I'm just saying. So I can't keep doing this. That's a shame, though. That something is for sale on websites that are still active that are hemming people up. And I think that the people who are getting people hemmed up need to be held accountable. Is that right? Am I saying that right? They need to be at least reflecting.
That man made me
with their
pull
victims.
all my juice out when he was like, "What's up with Tribe.app?" I'm like, "What? The app that don't work?" I offered to fix that, bro. You know what? I think you were Waldo.
Man, that person so MIA. I'm just literally talking about Nikki now. Forget it.
Oh, Michael Brown Harris, Pete and Associates. If you could ever have opportunity to come up on the panel, because I don't want you to get that bad negative rap that I'm you and you're me. So,
we can dispel that, and
Michael Brown Harris,
the number would work. Look, the number.
Yeah, the line
is
open. You home? You know this your home. You been riding. You home? So yeah, you more than welcome to come up here and join us.
2 birds with 1 stone. The number works, and that ain't doodle.
Oh man, if a personality is me, I'm gonna tell you it's me, because I give myself away.
The moment I laugh, you gonna know, and I'm gonna laugh. A couple times I had to go on mute because I wanted to laugh so bad last night. To the point I was afraid YouTube probably would have thought something was wrong with me.
It kills your brain cells, son. It kills your brain cells.
I'm just trying to figure out now, oh man, semi-seriously, how you gonna be Mr. Tough Guy and let another organization come up in your hood and start a community garden? Come on, son. You always talk about, I'm mad because the corner store owned by them foreigners. Man, you let an organization bully you, make you house it. When they got community gardens in your hood. Come on, son. And you can't even get 2 people together to protest the community garden. Nobody knows who you are. Come on, son. Come on, son.
Shame.
Man, if you can't be known in a town like that.
Oh man, and I forgot to share. If you're trying to go to status of Indian not taxed, you only qualify if you're an Indian on a reservation or you are affiliated with Indians that are on a reservation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's think in. So again, you got tax avoidance, legal. Tax exempt, legal. Tax evasion, not legal. You don't know the difference? Wesley Snipes. Tax evasion, illegal.
Get over here.
Isley. Keep it in the closet. Ron Isley. How you doing, Mr. Big? Ask them. And the thing about it is, they weren't even their own tax preparers. These dudes have no clue, none whatsoever. None. That there's a reason why people actually go to school dealing with these IRS tax codes.
Mm-hmm.
Something. Go to school and find out about these tax codes. Get your skins on the wall. Then you can have the reputation behind you to talk and the credibility. Don't give me a PDF that takes me to another link, after I paid $40, $50 to get the original PDF. Come on, son. Can we stop playing these games?
Mm-hmm. And y'all
Please
need to
don't
stop
playing them.
playing this foolishness. Really. People, y'all need to stop. Call it what it is. Y'all let these internet fooleries get y'all silent. It is what it is. Come on, again, we all can get caught up when something feel good, look good, get you energized. Don't get me wrong. It made you energized. It made you look, start researching yourself. That can never be changed. And it's not even about that. It's about what's going on now, what's continually to go on now. Because again, we were invited to give information to a group of people in the community that wanted to use it. Didn't interrupt on nobody's platform, was invited. But isn't it odd and strange that everybody showed up to make sure that needed and useful information could not be finished circulated?
Mm-hmm.
I want to throw this disclaimer out. What I'm about to say is not the views and it's not the viewpoint of A2 or any of the affiliates, and I don't want Sister Bethy to take this the wrong way, because this is not not my intent. But I equated what happened yesterday is there's one dude that's been going around town talking about, this is my girl, this is my lady. And then when they walk into her house, they look at Bones sitting on the couch, be like, what are you doing here? Be like, your girl invited. Okay, I yelled the mic. I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Oh man, I just played it out in my head too. Oh my goodness. Ooh, ooh.
Y'all know somebody that's happened to. They walked in. Your girl invited me.
Oh my
Shady,
goodness.
wait a minute, that's my girl, dog.
Ouch.
That's why you seeing WTF in the chat. Like, what's going on in here? Not only did he invite him in, he invited the whole crew. What's going on up in here? Must be a special lady. Yep. Okay, I'll yield the mic. I'm sorry.
I just got my side hurting over here. Oh, now that I look at it like that, he just made it 100 times more funnier.
My check shout out to the 323.
Hello. This is Michael Brown Harris.
That don't sound like no doo-doo to me.
Hold on, keep speaking so I can get your voice down. Hold on.
Hey, show your face. Nah, my bad. I ain't gonna scream down at that. No, don't show your face.
What's going on?
Ain't nothing, man.
Nothing much. Just laughing off of whatever they called that yesterday. That foolery.
Yeah, I got blocked from the chat after I said something about Aboriginal powerless, is what I call them.
It was probably him.
Can you do me a favor and count down from 10 to 1 for me right quick?
10 to 1?
10 to 1 right quick.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I just wanted to do that so we could talk at the same time.
Talk at the same time. He not ventriloquizing on the air.
Man. But no, that's the funny thing. Everybody in this community, I guess we're playing We're the people that's playing the people that's supposed to be the people in this community, I guess. Let them tell it.
Yeah, and I guess everybody with the last name Brown is either doo-doo or related to him.
Hey, you know what the funny thing is? My great-grandmother's maiden name is Brown. That's what they don't even know, man. That's what makes it so funny.
Man, I don't know what they on that. Since Chief Holiday came on, that. Then he keeps saying, I am the proof. No, you said you had proof. Come on.
Yeah, you are the proof. You have proof. Which one of them is it? Either way, where is it?
Then I forgot the other guy's name, but he said that he walked in the courthouse for a gun. I'm like, man, that was a joke, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm like, who are you fooling? Ain't nobody listening to this.
That's crazy. I never heard that one. I was like, wow.
Listen, I promise you, the end result of that is nothing pretty. That's not ending in handcuffs.
Man,
walk up in the courthouse with a loaded weapon through that metal detector. You'd be lucky if they just shot you.
That's crazy. When I was on probation as a kid, I couldn't even bring my lighter.
No, can't even bring a cigarette lighter. Nothing. Because they had a... I'm like, come on, son. You not Dallas. Everything that happened with downtown Dallas. You had a dude to shoot up the courthouse. You had Michael X. Johnson shoot cops downtown, and you talking about you gonna walk through the Dallas courthouse, Dallas, it's Texas, with a gun. Come on, son. Not buying it. Sorry, not buying it. There's nowhere in the world that doesn't happen.
He needs to stop listening. He listened to way too much Rich Homie Quan with that walkthrough. He needs to turn off that Rich Homie Quan and stop listening. It's only a song, buddy. It's only a song.
Seriously though, my whole thing is, if you can walk through and into the courthouse with a weapon, can't you do that with your cell phone too and record said trip?
Oh,
I mean, what's more dangerous, your cell phone or the weapon? I mean, you can walk in there with a weapon. You go ahead and walk in there with a cell phone.
You know what?
Hey,
I'm
look,
telling
check me
you,
out.
this was
They
a
let me through, y'all.
picture, a folded up picture in their pocket.
And then he's trying to get Doodoo to show his face, but you never asked A1 to show his.
He claims he did. He berated him about it, I guess, about showing his face. But
I've been asking him to show his. Come on, because I already know.
Everybody's seen what his reaction is to showing his face. I mean, and it's like, okay,
I already know what his
him.
face is. Anytime he goes live,
who are you
got
to
that
demand?
KFC bucket on.
Who are you to demand for anybody's information or face? Who
I'm still
are
trying
you?
to figure that out. Like, when did that? I thought, why didn't Holiday call him the police when he kept asking to see everybody's face and social security number? Might as well ask for the social security number. Let me see your face. How many beard hairs you got?
I'm guaranteed A1 wears a fez every time he goes live. That's why he won't show his face. Every time they have their Pan-African meeting in New York, A1 admits that he goes. Why are you going to a Pan-African if he was being Indian? And then Chief Holiday, you claim that you're not an Indian, but then say you're a wild Indian. Hold up.
Oh, the semantics. You're drowning in semantics. Semantic River. The White Rapids.
Either an Indian or not, man. You can't say you're Indian. You're not Indian, but then you say you're a wild Indian.
No, he's just Aboriginal part of the First Nation, but he's not an Indian. But I support the Indians, but I'm around Indians. But if you're an Indian with a card, but if you are a sovereign, which means again you have no land, you have no currency, you can't do any type of exchange because what are you giving? And you have no military or militia to even defend yourself. Come on, son.
That part, that's one of the reasons why I stopped mentioning Chief Holiday. Because on one of his lives, he was trying to say that we supposed to be sovereign, but at the same time saying that the U.S. Marshals is ours. The U.S. Marshals can't be a sovereign person. Army if you ain't part of the U.S. citizen.
That's not part of the U.S. Why you even calling on the U.S. Marshals to defend you if you're a sovereign? We're your own marshals.
For real. They ain't gonna say the U.S. Army is ours too. How the U.S. Army is yours if you're not the U.S.? You can't claim the Army or the Marshals if he claiming that the U.S. When you claim sovereign, you claim that you are a foreigner to the whole planet. You can go find Mars somewhere or Jupiter.
Countryless, stateless.
Yeah, go ask them to key get a spaceship.
Yeah, that's the deal.
See, the problem is
space station.
See, they used to dealing with YouTube personalities and entities that bark back and forth for views and stuff like that. You done ran into the wrong thing. You done ran into the wrong thing. You done ran into that movable object that your grandma told you that you need to sit your little nail butt down because someone gonna bust you upside your head. Yeah, you done met it. You met it.
That's how you catch A1 in a lie. You say that your grandparents say that you're Indian, but then say that ain't nobody in your family saying that you're Indian. But you just said your grandparents did.
See, that's a lot of joining the reindeer games in the chat, in the back and forth. Like, I got to be on the side of the right folks now. I mean,
man, let's keep it 100.
Have an even back and forth and ask questions if it's like that.
I don't care what your name is. If you ain't set up a historical society, getting grants and going out here in America, digging up physically to prove this case, you just regurgitating somebody else's work.
Oh yeah,
straight up.
Yeah, you're an historian.
Straight up, ain't none one of you first. You regurgitating what somebody else has said.
I'm still looking for the Indian that created the Southern. I'm looking for the Indian that created it. I'm like,
no, it was a racist, religious white group.
Man.
And every bit of paperwork, every procedure that they tell you goes right back to this site. Yeah, so much of researchers and investigating, check everybody else, but your own house dirty. Oh no!
I don't even know they need to live in a house. They probably live.
The one thing they said that was correct. The one thing they said that was correct that I can agree with. This ain't no kumbaya. Make no mistake about it.
Yeah. Some act like they living in a box.
They're gonna wish they never came out that box.
Yeah. They couldn't answer nobody's questions that they was asking them in the chat. No, man.
They don't got no answers. Man, them dudes get up just to talk online all day to collect ad revenue. Make no mistake about it. And donations and collections, that's it.
That's what Chief Holiday did before he started talking his shit. When he first came on, I heard him slip it in. What's my PayPal? I'm like, hold up, dude.
He said, I ain't even hear him say it. Wow. Oh, for the record, Sister Bethy does not take donations. She said that on the channel. She doesn't take donations. She does this free for the community. But them other dudes, they definitely do's.
That's my problem with her. She wants to believe him.
Yeah.
He need to talk to me about the company. He need to talk to me about the company that I keep. No, bro. I tried to talk to you about the company you keep, and that's documented.
That is documented.
I then sent you emails on, hey, bro, it ain't right over there. If I was you, I wouldn't be over there anymore. That's documented.
Yeah.
Wait, but he was investigating live saying that you need to watch the company you keep, though.
But don't even know the company that I keep. The company that I keep
found
is
out.
very well.
I was gonna say he just found out I was over here. Oh, okay, I see now.
Man. Clemmy stole somebody's idea. But yeah, you don't got nothing to show for yourself. Your app don't work. Your community don't know you. You had some people that came to meet you, you didn't show up.
Yeah, but these meetings that supposedly never happened. Well, from the very first meeting, when the tape starts, you hear me saying who I am and what I'm gonna do, what I'm putting on the table. 30 hours a week. I'll give this part, but if I find that, this what I'm gonna do. I'm like, dude, stop it.
Some don't know how to stop. Some of them gonna do it to the day they die.
If they think they're gonna make a profit.
Because I'm like this, I really don't care because I know it's a lie. Just like the person saying it knowing it's a lie. Yeah, okay, you want to be on the panel and you want to vet the information we saying. So come there with something to vet it. That's what you do.
Like he said, he just ran out of content. So.
Because best believe that if I was to come on your channel to talk about your information and information that debunks it, I'm coming to debunk you. And I'm coming home with your stuff.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Hell, there was some other tricky stuff.
That's why I say again, to the people over there, I understand. We have all been through this. But to jump on something because it falls in line on how you feeling and it gives you an outlet to vet that anger and pain, it's not the route to take.
Right. Yeah. And I can tell he hurt. That's why he acting like that.
Yeah, he hurt. Yeah, the brother hurt. But even that, I told this man, I told this brother, like, listen, bro, the stuff that we got, you can use it. But you have a personal issue with me because you want to be first. You want to be in charge. Bro, listen, be in charge. You think I want to be in charge? You know how many days? Man, listen.
Too many Chiefs, not enough in you.
Hey, word right out of my mouth.
Want to be Chief, but don't want to do what Chiefs do. Now you're a Chief, but no pride.
The reason why we were looking forward to reaching out and working, because no one man or one woman, one group, one organization can carry the load alone. And even though we might not share the same ideology, most of us descend from the same families. And we do recognize there is a problem. So it's just giving people the ability to see what's available or what we can do. But it seems to me it's people that don't want to move forward. They want to remain the same. That they don't want us to produce for ourselves. And I'm not talking about no outsiders, because it's kind of funny. No outside entities has interrupted not one show we have talked about on any platform about programs. Am I correct? It seems like to me, it's the same people that's supposed to be the representation of whatever you want to call this online community, whatever you want to call it, but it's online. Spend more time keeping information away. Anytime somebody tell you they research and they research only come back with stuff that fits their point of view, that's a lie.
Only come up with PDFs. You can't go to no government. You can't go to no
official websites, no nothing. That's all you got, the PDFs. Man, no, I'm still hung up. I'm hung up on them hot links though. Them hot links really did tie back into a sovereign citizen group that's not even affiliated with the American Indian at all.
Yeah, man, call these people what they are. Sovereign citizens leeching off the American Indian.
Charging $50 for copy and paste, or 40. I'm sorry, $39.99. Receipts in waiting.
Then brag about it like it's a good thing. And then the people sit there and eat it up, not realizing the joke's on you.
Yeah.
If you're gonna talk about Umar Johnson, you might as well throw all them dudes in the same category. They're the same. They all chasing the bag. Your bag.
Hey, you sent $10 last week. This year sent 100. That wasn't enough. I'll tell black folks.
Man, Umar Johnson is hilarious. Like,
he gonna block me.
But
I'm not invited to the
they're no
FDMG
different.
opening.
Listen, to me, they are no different. They're all the same. And as a community, we have to realize they are all the same. And I keep asking this question. If we believe just because you can change your status on your birth certificate to say American Indian or even your tribal name, if you think that's the end all be all to fix the conditions that we're going through in America, quit right now. just quit.
Yep.
No, I mean it straight up, and I don't care how nobody take it. Quit.
No, you're right.
Just bow out gracefully. Don't even mention your name. Just quit. Because if that ain't the sorriest sack of laziest crap I've ever heard, you trying to tell me my grandparents, their parents, and their parents, and their parents, and their parents, and their parents had to physically fight to keep what they had and to get it back in most cases. But this magical piece of paper just popped up out of nowhere. And I just get it all back.
Yeah, and that magical paper that was drafted by a group that hates your people. They hate the American Indian. That's why they came up with those paperwork.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I mean, they hate the Indians too. That's why they keep saying that we ain't Indian. We ain't Indian. We ain't call ourselves Indian.
I'm trying to figure out.
If your people did, because your people probably not from here.
No, that's fast. I mean, they wouldn't know unless they did genealogy, though. I saw genealogy switch, or it switched from one thing is key that was genealogy this whole time to something totally different, just because a different person was on the panel. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like if all that ties back to groups that don't like us, how can you copy and paste and charge for it?
They didn't act like people gonna change their demeanor and how they talk and how they view the room because who you invited on the panel.
Oh no!
Listen,
oh, no.
You could have had my mama and dad. Listen, you could have my mama and dad is right there. If I'm right, I'm right. I don't care who you got up there.
Bruh, I don't think. I mean, nah, that ain't. You get starstruck on YouTube too. You get starstruck on YouTube.
Man, listen.
You can get stuck on there.
I'm not biting my tongue.
This is true. This is accurate.
Oh, they ain't real builders, man. They ain't real builders. They only YouTube builders. They only build on YouTube.
Somebody that ain't never gonna lift a finger to do anything for your community.
Yeah. That's on
you.
you.
Take that donation though.
Yeah. For some information you could have Googled when they told you not to Google it. Don't Google it. You won't find us. But they know you won't go past it.
But check this out though, y'all.
I found it. Okay, I found it.
Oh man, she back there. What
I'm
you doing?
surprised they ain't. Oh yeah, I forgot they ain't that smart. But I'm surprised they ain't make their own cash donation app.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't that be? I mean, you hold on, wait a minute.
Well, who gonna make
you come
it?
up with your own currency that way, right? Can't you?
Who gonna make it for them? Who gonna make it?
They gotta outsource it.
They still on the dot app acting like it's an app. That's broke.
They can't make it.
Confusing everybody.
Can't make it. Can't make
They gotta say
it.
app. No, I said it wrong.
Government, but you know, government's PayPal.
No, we live on air. I misquoted it. They got a dot app acting like an app that was never an app.
Well, if you confuse all your friends by calling it an app, and they promote you when they come on the scene as an app, and they're like, no, it's not. It's a website. You got to explain. No, you shouldn't have to explain that. They should know already. Number one, if they know you. Number two, why go that route if you weren't ready for it to be
It's
an app?
because their Pakistani play cousin said, "You guys didn't pay me first time." That's why.
You didn't pay me first time. Oh man, you throwed. But yeah,
Oh yeah, that's factual though. Yeah, they didn't pay the bills.
Y'all remember when Habib was coming on and he was talking about how to do the app and all that stuff, and he said they didn't pay him.
They didn't pay him.
They didn't pay him, so that's why they don't have an app. He was doing it. Come on, son.
But they're American Indians though.
Shout out to Giovanni.
But they're American Indians though. They're American Aborigines. But everything they got is made by foreigners.
It was I'm sorry. It was shout out to Giovanni. If you know what I'm saying when I say Giovanni.
The first American.
Well, the first people to call themselves Americans, the first people to call themselves Americans, because see, they don't research, were foreigners. So yeah, they the first Americans. They telling you who they are, foreigners.
Yeah. They want to be the first Americans. Where they need to get their first American app and the first American website. The first American.
They want to play semantics. They want to play semantics over names. Well, we know this for a fact. Our ancestors wasn't running around here calling themselves Americans. That's a foreign group of people that came here. Like you said to Brother James earlier, those were some people that said they had no allegiance back to Europe and no allegiance to no tribe here. Those are your first Americans.
No, they should use Aborigines, Indigenous. I'm like, oh.
Ooh, can I read something?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. This is coming from Southern Poverty Law Center. Where's it at? Okay. In the late 2000s, and let me just say they had it numbered in the 1990s as 100,000, a recruited 100,000 sovereign citizens. In the late 2000s and early 2010s, most new recruits to the sovereign citizen movement are people who have found themselves in a desperate situation, often due to the economy or foreclosures, and are searching for a quick fix. Others are intrigued by the notions of easy money and living a lawless life, free from unpleasant consequences. Many self-identified sovereigns today are Black and apparently completely unaware of the racist origins of their ideology. When they experience some small success at using redemption techniques to battle minor traffic offenses or local licensing issues, they're hooked. For many, it's a political issue. They don't like taxes, traffic laws, child support obligations, or banking practices, but they are too impatient to try to change what they dislike through traditional political means.
Well, I mean, there's a process already set up so you can do this legally?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
In times of economic prosperity, sovereigns typically rely on absurd and convoluted schemes to evade state and federal income taxes and hide their assets from the IRS. In times of financial hardship, they turn to debt and mortgage elimination scams, techniques to avoid child support payments, and even attempts to use their redemption techniques to get out of serious criminal charges. Once in the movement, it's an immersive and heady experience. In the past 3 decades, a decade means 10 years, so this means 3 decades, this is 30 years. The redemption subculture has grown from small groups of like-minded individuals in localized pockets around the nation to a richly layered society. Redemptionists attend specialized seminars and national conferences, enjoy a large assortment of alternative newspapers and radio networks, and subscribe to sovereign-oriented magazines and websites. They homeschool their children so that a new generation will not have to go through the same learning curve they did to see past the government's curtain to the common law utopia beyond. While the techniques sold by promoters never perform as promised, most followers are nonetheless content to be fighting the battle, and they blame only the judges, lawyers, prosecutors, and police when their gurus' methods fail. While most have never achieved financial success in life, they take pride in engaging the government in battle, comparing themselves to the founding fathers during the American Revolution.
In the world of Fred G. Sanford, you big dummies.
Can you go back and read that again?
I'm going to read that last part real quick. I'm sorry.
then Brother Bones chime right in and do your Fred G. Sanford right after that.
While the techniques sold by promoters never, you know what? Let me get into this little paragraph. Hold on. Let me get into this. While the techniques sold by promoters never perform as promised, most followers are nonetheless content to be fighting the battle, and they blame only the judges, lawyers, prosecutors, and police when their gurus' methods fail. While most have never achieved financial success in life, they take pride in engaging the government in battle, comparing themselves to the founding fathers during the American Revolution.
You big dummies.
Well, it's the big show.
Listen, they put the stew in stupid.
How Sean used to say it to Marlon, stupid.
All of that and then some. You can add 100 more syllables and you'll still be correct when you describe it now.
And now they understand about no taxation, about representation, who was the group that this sovereign group is patterning themselves after. People don't understand. This racist group did not want their tax dollars going toward restoring Indian communities. That's it in a nutshell. They didn't want their money going there. So they said, we're pulling out. Because again, it's the movement started, and we knew that it started really in the 1920s and kept moving on and gaining momentum. That's why you keep seeing all these little spikes. Every time something's going up,
I was waiting, James. I was hoping Brother James was going to mention that. I can tie it in. Can I? No one notices that this movement came back strong in 1971. Brothers and sisters, do you want to know why? You need to go back and look at what happened in 1968.
Oh, that's your civil rights and PIH, right? Wasn't it originally PIH when it was started then?
And these tax dollars that they would have to be giving up was the tax dollars they were using, like Brother James just let you know, for the restructuring of our communities.
Whose communities? Who's our?
The urban Indians, now known as African Americans, black, Negro, colored.
Specifically those communities? The name want to pay for? Oh.
timelines. It was no
You wanna
coincidence
hit
that
people with
1971 that these people were doing this and going crazy and raising sand. Now you have to ask yourself, what policy happened? Anytime there's a shift in the culture in the nation, it's always attached to an act. It's always attached to a policy. All you got to do is go and look. Cause and effect. And you, misinformed, too greedy, rush to get over, have been pushing this information in packets, perpetrating it as information dealing with Indians. Straight up.
Can I read
That's
something
actually
else?
not good. Is it more dagger?
Call it what you want. It's the truth. And the line's still open. Tell me.
The line
I
is
know we
still
got
open.
about
I
15.
appreciate you, Michael Brown Harris Chief, coming on the show and proving that you're not
I know we got
and
16 dislikes.
Works.
They got to be 16 dislikes, man.
What is that, like a 10th? Is that a 10th of the? I don't know how to do
No
the
problem, no problem.
How small does it get? I can't.
No.
I think we got to put his name in the title, though. I mean, maybe. No. That's real. SDEM.
They like Sister
Don't they
Betty
got to
live
follow?
now.
Say what?
So they like Sister Betty live now.
Yeah, she went live. I think she we did something to her channel or something. I don't know. But yeah, no. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. But now we did something messed up somebody's channel. These people need to stop.
I'm just, I was just reading the title.
We can open your mind in our own business. We got invited to a channel, so now you know what? Cut it out. The problem is what y'all doing. Stop pointing imaginary fingers and check yourself. Because again, we were vetted. You put it on screen. You can't do the same. I know you can't.
Well, we just put it on the screen. I mean, I want that to be disproven that what we just showed was not purchased from Dan Calloway's website and did not get this young lady halfway almost hemmed up. I'm just saying. That would have to be proven otherwise, or at least, I mean,
ain't gonna be no dialogue.
You got your,
ain't gonna
your
be no
money back,
dialogue,
though, right, Gabrielle? You got your money back, right? You got your refund.
Yep.
How did that work out?
I didn't get a well, yeah, I did get a refund, but I didn't get it back. Like, it wasn't given back to me.
Oh, you had to go track it down, or was it specifically from the party you purchased from?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got a refund. Okay.
Yeah. It wasn't, but yeah, it wasn't like, yeah, I got a refund.
Voluntarily or involuntarily?
Involuntarily.
Oh. Oh, that
Yes.
was different.
And that's probably because PayPal has mechanisms in place for that very reason. Telling you that I have a brand new Beamer to sell you, and then you come and see it, and it's a 1972 Pinto on blocks. Come on, son. With no engine.
I look like, I don't know. Okay, so Gabrielle, I want to know if you know this one. I ain't even gonna name the actress because it would give it away. Who's that girl in a certain vehicle that was left on blocks in the hood? No?
Oh.
I know James knows, and I know Copper knows, and I know anybody
I got a
above.
visual. Hold on.
If I give you the actress, you would know that. You know the movie. But it's called Who's That Girl? That was it. I just give you that.
Yeah.
It was a
Man,
certain Rolls
they took
Royce.
everything and left her alone. They took everything and left her alone for
Left the
real.
alarm. Look. Was that a Jaguar or was it no? That was a Jaguar that was inside of the Rolls Royce. My bad.
All I know, it was
A real
gone and
Jaguar.
he didn't have it. No fella. All I know, it was gone and he didn't have it.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'll be bringing up old stuff. Oh man, I just remembered something. Okay, please, after the show, I got something to say. Thank you for that nickname too, Powerless. Michael Bryant, you just reminded me of something I was supposed to say yesterday about Powerless, but it's cool. I can't wait. Oh, it was hilarious too. I'm sorry, y'all, but what were we doing? So, Fam Guardian Leviosa website is the same as SDEM, which is a sovereign citizen website from a Christian church or just some church group, with information that stems from anti-Indian, American Indian, I guess, mechanisms put in place.
What's going through
trying
my
to connect
mind
some dots.
that just clicked is that when they're talking about between 1970 and 1980, what just caught my mind was, you know what? Someone older than them had to teach them. Period.
They didn't like that the Fair Housing and Civil Rights got passed.
Right. Oh, no. I was reading that. That's exactly why.
Yeah. Because what happened was Lyndon B. Johnson passed that because he was afraid there was going to be a riot. They really did not want to pass the act. It's because our ancestors at that time, they wasn't going for it. The nation was in a mess. Yeah, correct. It's directly attached to it. So when these people want to call people who bring in truthful information and letting people vet it and check for themselves the agents.
Oh.
But you're passing information that was created against your people.
Oh, that has to be disproven that it's not against the people. Yeah, I want to know. I need to see that proof that it's not against the people. It's not made up by somebody else. I would love to know.
I'm gonna make it easy for them. Ain't no proof for them.
Nah, they proof is the bottom line. That's it.
Gabrielle, you know any master teachers? I mean, can we mention any names here about master teachers? And where this information stems from, and they haven't proven that this information was here for the American Indian.
I know.
Well, actually, some of this is not even for the American Indian. Say it again. Sorry.
Did I know Master Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that garbage can truck. Oh no. But no, I'm just saying, I mean, some of these master teachers that people are swearing by is like, I'm still a student and I'm learning this, the private talk. Is the private talk this stuff that's on this SEDM website? Or no? Or is this something different?
Man, these people telling people a bogus fantasy.
Hey, can I read
get
something?
On the private sector. Y'all are taking things completely out of context. If you think that you're going to be on the private side of life, the private sector in life, that you can go 100 miles per hour on any expressway, listen, they will willy lump you too.
Can I read something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The movement, and again, this is Sovereign Poverty Law Center. The movement is rooted in racism and anti-Semitism. Though most sovereigns, many of whom are African American, are unaware of their beliefs' origin. In the early 1980s, the sovereign citizens movement mostly attracted white supremacists and anti-Semites, mainly because sovereign theories originated in groups that saw Jews as working behind the scenes to manipulate financial institutions and control the government. Most early sovereigns, and some of those who are still on the scene, believe that being white was a prerequisite to becoming a sovereign citizen. They argued that the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which guaranteed citizenship to African Americans and everyone else born on U.S. soil, also made Black Americans permanently subject to federal and state governments, unlike themselves.
Where'd you go?
I'm right here.
Hold on. See, if that ain't stupid, the people that created this movement, even letting you know they created it not for your melanated behind to be using.
Here's the thing that I figured I found interesting in reading this. Like to hear it? Can I share real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is told behind some of these documents and stuff like that is some of the what's being said here. Literally, it's just switched around. It says they argue that the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which guaranteed citizenship to African Americans and everyone else born on U.S. soil, also made Black Americans permanently subject to federal and state governments, unlike themselves. So just switch that around. That's lit.
Mm-hmm. Just reworded it to fit their purpose, correct.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, they thought we was playing what we said. We know where the information come from. I feel like James now.
Every day Saturday school, we got to teach so-called researchers how to research us now. I don't got time for that.
Man, I feel like that I'm back in college again. You know, you go in the room and it's the wrong room, and they tell you, "Oh, you didn't take the prerequisite for it." The prerequisite, being this sovereign, is you have to be white. You don't qualify. Not moving on to the next level. And then they tell you, I want to go back to again where they're admitting on their website that they are doctoring official documentation.
Oh, I just clicked on their books. I'm sorry, Do Division. I'm gonna go on mute. My bad.
All this needs to come out.
Well, no. What it is okay. Oh my goodness! Anybody can write a book. It's crazy.
Everybody poops, Gabrielle. Everybody poops.
I told you the story behind.
Nope, no more tangerines.
Okay, my bad. Oh my goodness, they have books, like actual published hardback, softback books. Huh. Okay. According to the
and that's what they mean, and that's what they mean when they be like, "Oh, we didn't get it off the internet." No, this wasn't found on the internet, but the same thing in the book is on the internet, you fool.
According to the Terrace Next Door, a new book by Levitas the Posse was founded in 1971 by William Porter Gale. See Hate and Hypocrisy. Gale was an adherent of Christian identity, a theology that describes Jews as the descendants of Satan and whites as the true Israelites of the Bible.
Whoa, whoa.
A decade later, Gale started a group called the Committee of the States, along with anti-government extremist Roger Elvick, operating as Common Title Bond and Trust. Levita's book says Elvick sold site drafts to desperate farmers and peddled how-to lessons on using forms to harass enemies. Some of these tactics were outlined in a booklet that Elvick entitled The Redemption Package, apparently the first mention of redemption. Eventually, Elvick went to federal prison for passing more than $1 million in bogus site drafts and was later convicted of counts of tax fraud, but that did not deter others from following his footsteps. The tactics he used spread like wildfire in the 1990s, becoming the core of the redemption scam. Not coincidentally, the use of common law tactics like filings, bogus property liens, and other kind of harassing legal papers spread throughout the radical right during the same time period. Pitt Cavage says there have been 4 basic waves of fictitious financial instruments created by extremists. The public office money certificates, popularized in the early 1980s by tax protesters Tubby Susie, Tupper Saucy. The bills of exchange or site drafts, devised later that same decade by Elvick and others. The money orders and comptroller warrants that were plugged in the early to mid 1990s by Family Farm Preservation, the Montana Freeman, Elizabeth, the Lean Queen, Broderick, the Republic of Texas, and others. Redemption site drafts. If you think you're lonely now.
So more proof that the information they're talking about, all this nationalities, status correction, blase, squaze, this and that, is tied back into this, correct?
That is correct. That's what I'm hearing.
I'm just making sure. Just want to make sure.
I mean, I don't know what the new package looks like, but I mean,
you're using paperwork that's telling you that you're not even qualified to use it. It's illegal, and the illegal paperwork is telling you your melanated behind ain't even qualified to use it.
Wow.
If that ain't a slap in the face.
But you didn't use it right,
so
you go to jail.
So by knowing that, anybody telling you about authenticating your birth certificate, you gotta ask them where they come from. Where they go back to? What they tie back into? Oh, setting up foreign trusts and foreign LLCs. You gotta ask them what they tie back into. I mean, you don't have to ask them, but I think for your best interest, and then again, this is me, I think you should ask them for your best interest. Is it the dude that did it with the Fed?
Well, he didn't go to bed.
Like Fed in federal penitentiary?
Yeah, he ain't go to bed on the top bunk.
Y'all hear me?
Now we do.
Okay, so let me catch y'all up. Shout out to Copper, so woke he was asleep.
Shout out to Copper.
Get him in the head where it hurts.
Can I read something else?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
No, not today. Yeah, keep going.
the redemption craze has found a particularly receptive.
Shout out to Carrie Bay.
Carrie!
What up?
Hold on 1 second, please. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Carry the 4, 2. All right, so we got 93 spots open on the Zoom. I had to carry some numbers for the rest of that math. Say that again.
No. Ain't just whole 6. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We have already surpassed that, sir. Welcome, Carrie Day. Zoom ain't got no roof.
No, I thought maybe one of them, 1.6 people that should be mad about this information. I thought maybe one of them was calling in.
Matter of fact, the testimonial people should have called in already. Wait a minute.
You talking about 1.6% of a person's body? That's like the pinky toe, right?
No, not of a person, of a body of people.
Okay, check those thumbs up and thumbs down now. Check them. Before Sister Gabrielle Union reads, can you check them for me?
Ain't no thumbs down.
You sure about that?
Positive.
I just changed my thumbs up to a thumbs down. It's a thumbs down now.
Look at that. We helping them. We still can't get over 5. And it's not like we care anyway. This proving a point. I mean, you can do what you do, but don't get so big-headed that your high horse start coming over here. Because, unlike these YouTube wannabe celebrities, we push back.
Yeah, man. And woman.
And I don't think you gonna like it.
I mean, do people even want proof anymore? I don't understand what people really need. Because
that's the thing. It wasn't hard. It's not like we had to shut down. Think about it. It's not like we had to shut down a whole day and do research on the subject.
Oh yeah, no, of course. Yeah, we had to stay on. We stayed on. It didn't have to leave. Explained every question or answered every question in layman's terms. I understood it. I'm sure the chat understood it, but I can't satisfy. Well, actually, I can't say that because somebody actually agreed towards the end, but still had to express that they didn't really like us anyway. But that's all right. You gotta like us. The information is for the people. It ain't for us. So. Yep.
Other than that, again, it's a whole lot of allegations. I mean, these supposed to be like known community neighborhood dudes. I don't know what neighborhood you can go around accusing somebody with no evidence and think it goes back to being cool when it was never that cool in the beginning.
Nope. Matter of fact, it's just ridiculous how many people.
Make no mistake about it, y'all were being tolerated. You were being tolerated. Wasn't nobody thinking about you. You wasn't even on the radar. We in the communities and don't nobody in the streets know you. I ain't know you. Ain't man call out been on with no city person like, oh yeah, I heard such and such doing the same thing. No.
Kissing baby, shaking hands. Sanitizer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to laugh. That reminded me of last night when it was like, who are you, Doodoo? I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. And then one of his sidekicks turned around and said, aren't you the guy from the radio station? I know who you are.
Yeah, you're on the radio. yeah.
I'm still not gonna kill him the show, but he's right. And that's why I said, try to get somebody to, don't know who you are. Show your face. And he's like, yeah, I know who you are. That's the hip hop radio show. Yeah, it was on the hip hop radio station, but it wasn't the hip hop radio show. Oh, man. Okay,
but that's why I enjoy it. Yeah, keep going. Let go. It's gonna hurt, I promise.
Oh man.
Can I keep reading or no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna read this
take
last.
off on them.
Read.
I'm gonna read this last one. This
hold on.
one.
Remember we talked about there's like a first league.
Oh no, this is the last one I'm gonna read. This is the last link or paragraph from again, Southern Poverty Law Center. And if you believe that, okay, and if you believe that, special audiences. The redemption craze has found a particularly receptive audience in prison, where periodicals like the American's Bulletin often circulates. Last June, Robert Kelly wrote that he was months behind in his prisoner correspondence. Perhaps most surprisingly, given the white supremacist roots of the scam, redemption also has found favor among Black nationalists, including those who call themselves Moorish nationals and claim to be exempt from the U.S. laws. One of the men recently indicted in Ohio was Charles Bailey, aka Sharif Malik El Bey, who purports to be the prime minister of the Great Seal of Moors. In Philadelphia last year, another 10 Black separatist redemptionists were tried on charges of creating false property deeds and forging checks to pay child support and buy cars. In East St. Louis, Missouri, redemptionist Frederick R. James, who goes by Nkosi Nayahuman Day, tangled up the legal process for months when he was brought in on charges of selling marijuana. A member of the Cahokia Great Seal Moors, James refused to answer questions, claimed he was not subject to the court's jurisdiction, and sent the judge a bill for $151 million, $500,000 for each time the judge mentioned his name, which James said was copyrighted. In the end, James was tried and convicted on drug charges, along with 2 counts of contempt of court. With outcomes like these, the promise of redemption eventually may fade away, but extremists and con artists will surely find something else to take its place. For true believers, paper attacks on the government they hate will always be attributed, holding the promise of action without the dangerous necessity of taking up arms. For crooks who masquerade as patriots, the attraction of an audience that already believes in the wildest conspiracy theories is just too good to pass up. I yield the mic.
I yield the mic.
No.
I'm still waiting on something in these packages, something tangible I can use like right now.
I mean,
you waiting all decades for that.
I guess if you print it out, it's tangible.
Yeah, but I'm saying just something I can use. I have a state-of-the-art HP printer, and I want to be able to print something out that I can just get in my car and go traveling and show that document.
Man, nope, I'm good.
Something that I can slap on the counter at Walmart. Is there something in there that I can slap on the counter at Walmart if I don't have to pay taxes when I go get my gummy bears? No, anything?
He said gummy bears.
Man.
When I go get my coconut water? No, nothing I can use.
No.
How about at the gas station when I go get gas? Is that something I can print out?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure it out because I guess some people just, I don't know, they just maybe enjoy being homeless. And not even homeless as a sense of a covering. I'm saying homeless as a sense of a nation, of a people. Because from what I'm reading and what I have read, an Indian, what we call a card-carrying Indian, you can't have this sovereign status and remain a card-carrying Indian. You can't. Two don't go together.
Sorry about that. I had a call come in.
Oh no, you good. I don't know if it's somebody was calling you because they were looking you up and saying they coming to see you.
Have you seen him before?
Now I'm looking at you sideways because have you seen her? Have you seen him?
Send me a picture.
You ain't seen me. What's the name? What's the name?
What they do that at?
Well, give me her name.
But we the agents. But where they do that at?
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out if you in or out. Because if you in, then tell everybody you in. Don't tell everybody you out. Because if you got lawyers and attorneys, you gotta know the difference. You see? You gotta know the difference. You got attorneys, I don't know, brother, I don't know. Taking USD, I don't know, brother, I don't know. You copying and pasting, I don't know. It makes you American as crap. You're a super American with the copy and paste. That's the era. Copy and paste. Hope your teacher don't catch you. Have the MLA formatting at the very least.
Y'all knew what it was. I'm an American. Let him off the hook. Y'all knew who he was. Y'all let him off the hook. Let me stop.
You let him off the hook. You gotta hit the podium with that one.
Yeah. But obviously, this is going to end like we knew this was going to end before we started it. Us presenting evidence, more evidence, and more evidence. Couple of jokes and some more evidence. And there's nothing that's going to be shown to debut it, debunk it, or otherwise. Maybe when we leave off air and they think it's safe to stick their head out, they'll probably come out and say something. But I guess the 1.6 don't feel no particular type of way, huh?
Not even one person? Not even a 0.6?
Not even a 1, not even a 0.6.
Wait a minute. Not even the person that's not even invited over here came over here and helped out with the thumbs down?
Mm-hmm.
I know they're awake. I saw them in somebody else's chat this rising afternoon. I don't know. Okay.
Scared do what scared does. Scared do what scared does. Stay where it's at.
Yeah.
I'll give you one better. The numbers last night did not jump in the chat.
I mean, you know what's crazy though? That is never the case when they're on the back chat or these smaller channels. I don't understand. I've been waiting for that for months. Every time you show up, spike.
Yeah, that's the crazy part right there.
Somebody about to get them Sonetta numbers as soon as you show up. No? Still at the same numbers?
I was watching like 4 people left.
Yeah.
And last I checked, we have been a part of live streams where there's 2,000-3,000 people in it, and it moves at the rate you're not reading no comments. So I don't know who they fooling.
You can't keep up.
Keep bragging about what they got and who numbers and this and that. Listen, you not even close, little buddy. Little buddy, you're not even close.
If you had
He must be a celebrity more than anything else.
If you had 1% just stalkers, just people who would not, you go anywhere you go, they're in the chat. They there for you. They out to help you. Where that number at? Wouldn't they just be there anywhere you at? Just showing up.
You have at least 1,000 people every time you show up.
Anywhere, like there's only a few places.
1.6, you ain't on YouTube. 1.6, you ain't on YouTube. You're doing physical functions and events. Who are you fooling? Like I said again, much respect to Phoenix Moon and Coach. They proved that. They ain't nowhere close to 1.6 and pulled off an actual physical event.
Well,
you got 1.6, but you're not getting paid by YouTube. YouTube pays people to get millions.
They said plaques. Hold on, wait a minute. Only said plaques. I don't know if he did the plaque thing.
I
got a couple homies that did the plaque thing that for viewership, and that was fitness. So I know this.
This loose lip
Shout out to
stuff,
Bricks.
like somebody new to this. Like somebody new to this whole YouTube thing and internet stuff.
I mean, the plaques are shiny. I mean, you got to show that off. Like I don't even want
you get your first check after you get $10,000.
But you know what the funny part is, though? Some of us been around since the inception of YouTube. What are these dudes talking about?
Oh, it's new terms and conditions, Bones. They updated it. You can Google that. Actually, you can't because I guess YouTube's not Google. YouTube is not Google.
Let them tell it.
Yeah, I'm about to say. Let me get off.
Although.
Oh, she about to hit
gotta use Google to get to YouTube.
YouTube is Google.
They hit you
Listen,
with
if you can use your Google, if you can use your Google Gmail to register to it, it's Google. Stop playing.
You got 1.6, so you can't even get to 0.6 to view you can go live.
It's crazy. When I click on the icon in my YouTube, it says manage your Google account.
Your YouTube and Google is attached. You can't have a YouTube without a Google. Why are people playing like our brothers and sisters are dumb?
But that's just how my YouTube works.
Oh yeah, you might got a different piece of it. That's your equipment.
Yours and everybody else on the planet.
That's just how my YouTube works.
And matter of fact, we have a non-profit YouTube. We don't have just a basic user YouTube either. We have a company YouTube.
Maybe he don't use Google. He use Google. You gotta take one of the O's off. Google.
No, he got caught up on that dance hall song. Goggle. He thought it was Goggle. It's not. It's not Goggle.
Say it again. Google. Google.
Man.
Nah, man, this is not good. No, I am waiting for a response though. On Gabrielle, like I said, you didn't have to apologize. I appreciate you actually having proof. I know you blacked out. We don't, that wasn't planned for you to go on there and do that. I appreciate you blacking out and expressing your feelings.
No, it was not planned, but I was getting upset because no one needs to hear that. No one. I don't care if someone never heard about it. I don't care if someone heard about it. I don't care if it was like a casual conversation. Nobody needs to have their mind filtered with that at all. No one needs to hear that. It is.
I don't know your name, but whatever your name. The faceless wonder, but sounds like you got your public thing up.
Gotta get that private set up. The public, y'all sound like y'all got it down pat.
Here's my thing. How you
You got
talk
that
about
public
something?
down pack. That private, man. If you get that private, you just, war.
How can you talk about something private in the public? Doesn't talking about
Thank you,
private in the
Gabrielle.
public make it public?
Thank you, Gabrielle. Thank you. These dudes are stupid.
I can't say, like right now, Bones, I'm gonna tell you a secret. Can you keep a secret? Everybody just heard me say, I'm gonna tell you a secret. Can you keep a secret?
And then this is the funny thing about it. They quote the Freedom of Information Act and keep forgetting. It's a document you have to fill out. You just don't cite it.
Correct.
And it can be denied. Because here in the state of
Yes,
Texas,
it can.
we do the most,
Yes, it can.
most denials of than anything of the Freedom of Information Act. We deny. You don't need to know that information.
Mm-hmm. What's your purpose? But these people know business. No, you don't. But we got some programs, that'll help you polish that up, though. They're not all though, but we can point you in the right direction, and they all free. And you can do it from home. It's phone, laptop. It might help.
Business, but the people ain't getting them shirts that they want.
Man, they didn't ask me for my size. I'm like, man, this is not right. I know it's cheating.
Anybody get the free shirt yet?
I showed up first. Say what? What'd you say?
Anybody get any of the free shirts yet? That's supposed to be given out.
Man, them things going with the one with Scarlett O'Hara. What you talking about?
It's not.
Man, listen, them dudes don't got nothing. That clown don't got nothing. The name that he fighting for, and no disrespect to the sister, to the woman, it belongs to a woman. You fighting over Tribe Up that's licensed to a woman, not you.
Hold up, what? I didn't hear that right.
Yeah. Man, Tribe Up been a registered company. Do this man got anything original? Anything that don't belong to somebody else?
I don't know. He hashtag South Patch Kids and hashtag what was the other one? South Patch Kids and some other silliness. Oh.
The one that belongs to a candy company already?
Yeah. And the other one was like Patch Kids. The other one, the real. I don't remember. Cabbage Patch. I don't remember what he said. It don't matter. He doesn't care about anything that he says or anybody else.
No, well, that sounds more like 1-800.
That part right there. He came on talking about stop lying to my people. Then you gonna say F the chat.
They mad at me because I know my tribal history. If you don't want to know, don't ask me then.
A1 be doing the same thing. F the chat. What's them people in the chat? I'm like, huh?
You even here, the only reason you were here is because of the people in the chat. If it wasn't, you wouldn't be on YouTube. You would build your own platform and put your information on your own platforms. Enough said. Anybody else is talking about ownership, their information goes to YouTube from their site. You know the way it's supposed to be? You own the content, then it goes to YouTube thing. YouTube ain't getting their stamp on it first, but y'all know business. You know business so much that your logos and names ain't known no place outside of your internet communities.
Don't want to help nobody else up in their business. And then call people agents so they want to help.
They ain't got the nerve to stay in your lane. Then what you doing coming over here about 501c? And for some reason, Clowner Day can't count. Yeah, I'm gonna mention the name Clowner Day because for some reason you stuck on a 501c3. I understand you got church issues and you're mad at the church. But don't take it out on everybody else. Let them learn. You want to be stuck on some emotional mumbo jumbo? You stay there. Ooga ooga that, you fool.
But he can't be too mad at the church if he's doing that sovereign. He's doing a sovereign packet. He's part of a church.
Yep. All of them. If you spread that information, yeah, you part of a church. Congratulations. You're helping your congregation. Like it or not.
Won't that be part of what they would, y'all would be stealing from him? But yeah, y'all the agents using it.
Mm-hmm. And the funny thing is, they work for a 501c voluntarily and don't even know it. Oh my God. Hold on, did y'all hear me?
Repitan.
They work, all this comes from an organization which is a 501c3, correct?
Yeah.
So they work for a 501c3 for free, talking all that mess. You are distributing 501c3 created content for free. You big dummies.
Oh, talking outside of your neck.
You know,
Man,
some
pick your face
people
up off the floor.
don't have a neck.
I understand. I understand it stings a little bit. Pick your face up off the floor. This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted.
Hey, Bones, can I request something?
What's that?
You know, sorry. You know how people, excuse me, chat, usually wait until we leave and they be talking again?
Devo.
Can we come back if they be talking again? I just want to know. Otherwise, I'm
Hey,
not
listen,
taking
I'm George. Listen, so after last night, I'm George pushing the button at the sign of a switch. I told you, we on the phone to give it to them, but you don't want it.
We back on YouTube. Okay, we got it.
Because the one thing that I know for sure, a Continental Assembly is not afraid to go anywhere to any platform. But I know one thing, you ain't coming here, and the door is wide open.
Yeah, the door is wide open.
Yelling and screaming. We're going to show proof, and you're not going to get beyond the problem.
Facts. I was going to say, bring your receipts, please, and thank you. You ain't got to leave them at the door. You can bring them with you to your person. He's flying a plane.
And that's straight up.
Was grounded.
To see, you stuck in YouTube arena, not over here. I hope you pay rent.
Y'all just made me think about something else.
No, I really want to know, though. I really want to know from the top of the top, self-proclaimed. Dane, I'm going to mention your name, Dane. Because you talk about losing respect, bro. I lost all respect for you because I need to know why you peddling. Yes, I said it, peddling. This foolishness. They got the nerve to stand up there like you squeaky clean to judge people. Now don't flinch, because I ain't flinch. Don't flinch.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect that he probably woke up to listen to this rising, knowing full well he was trying to launch an investigation live on the air last night.
I probably heard 10 different people that said they got the same paperwork that Gabby got. But yeah, he clean. Oh, it's coming on his slander me, slander. Yeah, okay.
Not slander, but the proof is true. So
that's what I'm saying. Slander has to be false. And you can bring your receipt.
I was about to say, isn't slander when you're saying wrong things or false things about somebody?
Yeah, that's all your boy. That's all Bamboo Boy in the chat was saying last night. Let's slander me. It's like, weren't you just blocked by the host? Because they was trying to figure out what was real and what was fake.
Maybe they going by a different definition. Remember, they be using different dictionaries.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Because, you know, he can say wild Indian and not really mean Indian, because that's fake. That's the European word, Indian. When I say wild Indian, I mean the word I made up, all right? It might sound like the European word Indian, but it's my word. I'm the source. See how that works? See how that works? Watch your mouth.
I'll be wanting to ask him why you speaking English then.
He won't stop.
That technical, why you speaking English?
He won't. He specifically won't stop talking English, speaking English.
He can't. He's a little boy whose ego has been broken. See, they play characters that don't care. Really? I don't care.
Yeah, they say it all the time. We can put entertainment first.
Yeah, he wasn't mad when I kept calling him an entertainer either. That was funny. I'm like, you're just admitting that you're an entertainer. You're here for entertainment. Can we talk about sports or something? Can we talk about sports? Why are we switching the subject from the community to sports?
But that's the problem. There's no entertainment going on. There's no sports. There's nothing else to do. So right about now, you have to have real substance because people have real needs. And these so-called people that you want to claim to be your leaders are shaky. They so bold on YouTube, but they won't go downtown to where they live to speak to man politician about nothing. Not a single word. Not a single word. And I mean, I'll even go this far. Say what you want to say about Know Your Media, but I respect that at least you went down there and participated. You got more heart than any one of them cowards. Yeah, I said it, cowards in it. It's kind of funny. They talk all this yin yang, but then when you get in conversations with, and I'm not going to mention names, but you know, the real respected American Indians is doing the research and genealogy that's in the fields of science and history. When you get to conversate with them, it's amazing how they look at these dudes and laugh at them. Y'all be surprised with the actual Indians that's living the life that's not on YouTube. Think about these clowns. I think, 2 weeks ago, we heard them getting buried so bad. If they only knew. Nobody believes you. Nobody. But the people that you keep recycling this snake oil to. And that pool is getting very, very small. Because again, ain't no moving around. Ain't no jumping back and forth. It's the time right now, everybody is affected by this. Everyone. And they're giving you a piece of paper. And how is that supposed to help? How is that supposed to help? And you know, food in the grocery stores, and this piece of paper is supposed to do what? You rub it together and what? Something come out the ground? I mean, really. What, you gonna use it just to start a fire? Then what you gonna do for the rest of the time?
Look, is the sound in the background that bus that keep coming by that people getting thrown on the bus right now? People is getting thrown under the bus right now. No, we throwing you in traffic. You getting thrown into traffic right now, matter of fact.
Listen,
at first it sounded like paper ripping, like your whole story is getting ripped up. But no, you getting thrown into traffic. This is Frogger.
I'm to the point where I don't care. I'm like, what's your Amazon book gonna do? Nothing for nobody. Ain't helping no community. Nothing but regurgitated BS. Copied and pasted over and over and over and over and over again.
That's a question to anybody. What is it going to help today?
And you want to talk about books? Like I said, if you would have looked up, you looked up. See, so Anybody having a book, that ain't nothing. It was done on this side way before you was even a thought, buddy. And again, this has to stop. And it will stop. Because we're not going anywhere. And as we grow, and as the more communities that keep coming involved, this is going to get ran completely into a corner where it belongs. Again, if you don't want to be a part of this information, you don't want to use it, that's your choice. Why you just can't get out the way of those who want to? You so afraid that the ego gonna get hurt that y'all think you're gonna suppress people from telling the truth. That's what you do now. But others are the agents. But y'all running around YouTube channels dictating who can say what, when, where, and how. And who's the police again? Demanding that people show themselves and hand over information. And who's the police again?
Now, like to me, they are. They the ones that took the oath. That's all why they doing it. The Jewish master telling them to do this.
Have all this tribal information, but can't bring out one bit of tribal evidence yet. Stop it.
You keep saying the same thing. All these tribes is mostly white men, white people.
Well, if you saying that, then you haven't been nowhere. Stop lying. They talk about 5 civilized tribes, 5 federally recognized tribes. Do these people know there's 579 federally recognized tribes, over 1,000 state recognized tribes? Come on, y'all. Stop just running with what sounds good that's on the surface layer. We have people that have been doing this research for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, all their life. So you can just walk in, read something in the book that was printed in 1970, 1960, whenever, and you just got the clues and the answers that everybody missed. Stop. It's not in a book. The answer has never been in a book. The answer is getting off of your behind and doing something. How do you get something done without motion? Can anybody explain this to me? How? How do you get something done without motion? Last I checked, it don't happen. Do you think if paper and stuff work, people be going through the fights they're going through now? Come on, man.
I think they still believe some beings will come down and do it.
Man, listen, these people are full of hot air, telling you pipe dreams, unverifiable BS. What makes it worse is coming from a group that when they designed it, had no intention on you to use it. And please tell me how you're gonna get around that. Dane, Holiday, Nati. How y'all gonna get around that? Y'all can bring all this lingo, mumble, jumble, queen this, queen that, bring a fact without a PDF. Please. Bring a real source. A real source. An archive record. A real one. Oh, I forgot. It takes hundreds and hundreds of dollars to pay for. Like that photo, the one that's free in the archives, but that's all we don't need that deal.
1913.
You didn't pay nothing for that picture. That picture is free in the archive.
Cheating, Alex. Or Pinterest.
1999, another summer.
No, people don't realize we in our communities got other stuff going on. Don't just tolerate this foolishness because people's hands are too tied doing other stuff. But then when you want to take shots, knowing that you ain't squeaky clean, and we know you ain't squeaky clean, we push all off to the side like, all right, let's help these people that need help right now. We'll come get these clowns later because we know they stuck on YouTube. They ain't going nowhere. Don't get scared now. And still nobody called yet?
Nope.
Oh, I'm disappointed.
How many dislikes you got now?
I thought you was real.
Still one.
No, I didn't. I never thought that. Don't believe that.
How many dislikes you got now? Before I called in, it was 0.
Nothing representing that 1.6.
Man, 1.6 million, but you can't even sit up that watch you go live, go help build for the community.
Not one for the community.
We got
Show
one
me any information from all of them combined that you can take to the community. And you can take everything they ever did online. Everything they ever did online. Combine it all together. You still can't find one solution, practical solution that you can use in the community right now.
Everything they got online from this year is just new version of last year. They ain't really making. They ain't talking about nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we gonna debunk the Pan-African theory again.
Man, they need the Pan-Africans. That's the sad part. They need the Pan-Africans. A lot of people leaving that Pan-Africanism is hurting them. Because they don't got nobody to argue with no more. Ain't nobody in real life arguing with these wannabe Indians and this foolishness they talking. These dudes ain't coming to nan neighborhood or community near you to dig nan hole in the ground, plant nan seed, stand on nan line, talk to nan politician. Not one webinar, seminar. They might be in a donut line, but other than that, no, nothing.
Yeah, donut line.
That hot middle sign on.
The baby oil glaze on.
Yeah, that's the difference. We own this. Ain't no 8-hour limit. They got a reset or YouTube. No. Oh, man, listen.
Oh, dang. Oh, damn, I ain't trying to back off. I got to bang my man. I got to go home and get my damn man.
I'm Macadon 1. Brother, you ain't missed too much. You know, everybody icon, Scan Calloway.
I'm just an icon.
Thinking he was going to push autonomous assembly buttons and do some investigation and got called that. And thinking that, oh, is this going to go away? Like I said, no, buddy. Explain why you are selling sovereign citizen information disguised as Indians. Explain this to the community. But you won't. Oh, let me guess. Somebody hacked again. Community, remember that whack story? So again, still nothing. Still nothing.
Well, I'm back. What was we talking about?
Football.
Oh no, we
No, I'm
just
joking. No. You know I'm joking. I was here the whole time. I'm talking about how
Did you
people act like
did you hear anything change in my tone? Getting them mad.
Oh man.
Ooh, where is the response?
Do it sound like I care how you feel? Really? If you can see the look on my face right now. I'm like the people in my community. Because of that dude. Are you?
Hey, I got a question. Was there a council set up that we didn't know about that includes him?
I wish him well. What's that? The Council of Nothingness?
And I'm trying to figure out why Holiday didn't call him an agent for asking for every single last person's hush up. By asking for each and every person's video line to be open or video camera to be open.
I know you see me in the video.
I want to see you in a video.
True.
I'm trying to figure out why he just tried to slide that in there. That was actually kind of funny though.
I mean, keep it 100. What? You got facial recognition software? You working with the man? You the man or something? You know, you the
that was
FBI
it. He's like,
agent?
all I need is a picture. I'm like, what?
Yeah, all you need is a picture. All you need is to see somebody's face, huh? Yeah.
That sounds like an agent to me.
That's what it sounded like to me. Don't get the people off the back that's harming the people of your community. No, you don't do that. No. You run the people away that's trying to help. That's what you, man. Go someplace like that. Dumb and dumb will follow you stupid. All right, I guess that if we can go ahead, get on about the rest of the day, since we sat here and gave them practically a whole day, which we knew it wasn't going to be nothing shaking, and really don't care.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here. Look, my Bluetooth about to die on.
All right. Any closing remarks from the panel? Peace.
Peace, doodle.
Peace, Mike Brown here.
Peace, doodle.
I guess we can go ahead and hit these salutations. What you got for him, Gabrielle? Blame on.
Salutations. Do your genealogy. Know who you are so that no one can tell you who you are. Period. Genealogy is important. Genealogy is key. Genealogy will give you the answers that you're looking for, the answers that you want, the answers that you need. Genealogy will tell you who you are. Period. Don't let no one tell you who you are. Do your genealogy. Keep on that journey. It may not be all the time easy, but still know who you are so that no one can tell you who you are. Period. Census Day was April 1st. It still does not take away from you being able to do the census. Do the census. Make yourself count so that you can count. These programs, the funding, all that is tied to the census. The decennial 10-year census, the ACS census. So we got to make ourselves count so that we can count. Put our stamp on it. That's our voice in many ways, many different ways we can voice and make ourselves count. The census is one of them. ACS census is selected by addresses, not people. So if you don't do the census, somebody else will. If you don't do the census, somebody's business will. Not participating does not help. It is a hindrance and it does hurt. It takes away. So do the census. Again, the ACS census happens every month, every year, along with the decennial census. The ACS census, the addresses that it chooses, that person whose address receives it, they are representing their neighbors. They are representing their communities. That ACS census has way more questions on there. That ACS census is in direct connection with businesses that get established in your community or businesses that don't. Funding that is released in your community or funding that's not. Programs that are established or programs that are not. It affects election and all. Do the census, make yourself count so that you can count. Period. Peace to the panel, peace to the chat, peace to the silent majority. Shout out to you, Double Cousin. Shout out to you, too. Thank you for these wise words. This is under feeling some type of way. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
A snake is a snake no matter how many times it sheds its skin. I only want one thing from fake scammers: distance. Whoever is trying to bring you down is already below you. Trust on people's actions, not their words. Controllers, abusers, and manipulative people don't question themselves. They don't ask themselves if they're the problem. They always say the problem is someone else. If you forgive and forget that the fox stole your chickens, the fox will take your sheep. And last but not least, when I was little, I picked up a flower and put it in a vase. After a few days, it died. I asked my mom why, and she said, you can't force a flower to thrive somewhere it doesn't belong. It doesn't belong to. And now I've realized that people are like that too. The money is the same, whether you earn it or scam it. And this is lastly for real, Double Cousin. This is lastly.
Nah, you lying. You ain't never met Dr. Martin Luther King.
This is officially lastly.
I'm gonna hear you after everybody say peace.
People and strangers. People and strangers will stab you in the back and ask you why you're bleeding. So, to the scammers out there trying to hurt our community, you can come get your knife back. I finally got it out of my back. I'm sure you're going to need it soon.
Ooh.
Everybody.
Well, you know I don't have much to say. AutonomousAssembly@gmail.com. Please visit the website, autonomousAssembly.com. You can find the forum there. You can sign up to receive any information that is spoken here on this channel, which is YouTube, and even further information outside of YouTube on the website, in the forum. Sign up. You get access to all of that. There's plenty of information. I'm sorry, I'm going to be in a rush right now. I'm traveling right now. You can't prove I'm conducting commerce on it. But now, yeah. Peace to the chat. Peace to all y'all. Peace, y'all.
All right. What you got for him, Brother James?
I hate everybody. So I'm just gonna put it out there for the record. Hate all y'all. Everybody. All I gotta say is this. Still waiting on that private invitation. And I put most of what I needed to say there in the back chat. So y'all can check that out later on. So when people are saying, oh man, I'm this and I'm that, and I got gazillion YouTube views, again, I'm out there on the streets, and this is proven, documented things that have taken place. So I'm just not there just to be there, just showing up. I'm asked because the people in the community asked me to come. So with that, I yield. This cotton picking mic. Bones, keep doing what you're doing. Brother No Sellout, I appreciate you, man. You know, oh, you're just a side dude. You the dude on the side. I don't even know what that means. But somebody need to help me out with that means. You know, side piece. That's the
somebody gotta help me.
Piece of pepper. What's going on here? I appreciate you coming in on us this afternoon / today. Appreciate you, Doodoo. Man, I appreciate you. I don't know how you threw your voice. I don't know how that was happening, man. But you're good at what you do, Doodoo. Man, I appreciate you. Got much love for you, Doodoo. Oh man, brother Copper Indio, man, he just told y'all he's the grudge. Just killing him, man.
Just moidalizing him.
Oh man, I feel like Scrappy Doo up in this camp. Scrappy Doo. Brother Kerry Bay, man. Brother Kerry Bay's iPad. Because I don't even know if Brother Kerry's still in here. He sent a message to him if he was still in here. So shout out to Brother Kerry and shout out to your iPad. Because your iPad is still in here. So I don't know where you are, but you're still here. Man, you know I say the best for last. I gotta do it. I gotta do it, Brother Balls. Like I say, just keep doing what you're doing. Sister Gabrielle, you still there?
I'm here.
Stop hiding. I know you still there.
I'm here.
I have a newfound respect for you, ma'am. So now that I said that, you might go ahead and get ready because you're gonna get the hatred now. Hate. 1-800-hate. And I'm still waiting. To those in the chat, I didn't get an opportunity to see because that doing the yard took longer than I thought, way longer than I thought, because there's been little showers here, and so I didn't get a chance to read the chat. Oh, Copper Color and Sister, I have not forgotten about you, ma'am. Again, we'll have to do that if you could call in, and the time is, I think it's 12 my time, correct? 1 o'clock on Saturday. Correct, Brother Bones? Is that right? Saturdays? 1 o'clock?
Yes, 1 o'clock, Saturdays, 1 o'clock.
Okay, Saturday is 1 o'clock. If you can call in then, please, I'll make sure to give you the link and we can definitely get you squared away. Brother David Coy, if you're not out there playing with worms and stuff out in the dirt doing your garden, man, don't forget about me. You know, we're out the street from each other, need to connect. And my main man, Macadon Juan. Everyone else out there in the chat, I tell you I love y'all. Arthur, oh yes, it is not the USA is really not. That's just a nice little slogan to say it's USA. But you're dealing with the United States is the official name, where you have the United States of America. But USA is just a nice little slogan that they use. I can't say JCP anymore because now they call themselves JCP. Although it was in my days JCP, just like Kentucky Fried Chicken, they changed their name to KFC. So now you can't call it Kentucky Fried Chicken anymore. They just KFC. But USA, yes, still the United States, dealing with the United States of America. That's the official name. I apologize that I get with you. I know I said a lot, but I said a little, and I want to say this: I'm still waiting. Every day is a holiday.
Yes, he did. Thanks again. Oh, Brother Kerry was still on, or he was off? Because I'm on the other line. I can't see. You still here?
Yeah, I got kicked out, but I came back in.
Oh. Any closing remarks?
I just want people to pay attention to the fruit that the tree bears. Pay attention to that. Don't be caught up in the people personalities. Don't be caught up into that slick talk on the web, on the internet, on YouTube. Check out the results. I know people say what their intent is, what they're trying to do, and what their motives are. Pay attention to the results. Pay attention to what's going on in the community, what the community is saying, what the community is producing. And I mean, pretty much that's it. That'll tell you the truth. Now, I yield the mic with that. Everybody, peace and love. Y'all be cool, be good. You know, keep doing what you're doing. A2, keep doing what you're doing. Don't get sidetracked. Peace and love. I'm out.
All right. Appreciate that, Kerry. And 100 on what you said. And again, thank the panel for the work they put in every Rising show. And this Rising show is a little different because of the situation. But tomorrow we right back to business as usual, right back to the programs of what can help the members of our community. And again, to leave off today, for those who think that it's business as usual, that you're just going to stroll up and rah, 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 and rah, 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 and stop the truth, you got another thing coming. Keyboard warriors, YouTube gangsters are as real as Dracula. All make believe. This right here is about real communities, real individuals, real families. All this paper that, rah, 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 hasn't fixed anything yet, and it never will. But then again, those who want to take that route, you have that right. Go ahead. Don't stop. Speed it up. Just stay out of the way of those who would rather take the route of being responsible and fixing what they can now. And for those who choose to sit back and watch it play out, see the lies, see the disrespect, and keep it going on, when it comes back to you in that moment and it's looking dark and the walls are closing in, I want you to remember that moment and what you chose to do. My brothers and sisters is out there doing your work in your communities. Continue doing it. Continue working on your genealogy. Let no one tell you that we cannot rebuild this. Let no one tell you that identifying as an American Indian is wrong. Anytime injustice shows its face, let it be known that the American Indian will not run. So till we link up to our next Rising show, remember we love you and peace. And to all my brothers and sisters, Autonomous Assembly is your home. Use it.
Peace, y'all.
Peace, y'all.
Enough electoral votes, more than 270, more than enough to become the 44th President of the United States. He will be the first African-American President of the United States.
I've been broke all my life, but I kept hope all them nights. You see business in my city? Yeah, they closed all them twice. I was just riding down Salem, all them damn potholes, I can't drive. I know y'all can fix it faster, but I know y'all won't try. Don't nobody care about us. And that's why I don't vote. Voted for Obama back in 2012. I remember that's when I had hope. He was saying, yes, we can. And everybody got less food stamps. And when I turned 21, I was still broke. I'd never vote again. I don't think I ever had a president make my life better. Did it all on my own. Ain't no politician ever do a nice gesture. I don't even know the mayor's name. I ain't never seen her one time ever. Tell me how she gonna help the city. What I'm supposed to do, write letters? What I'm supposed to do, blame Trump? He ain't never really gave it. Ain't nobody raised minimum wage. None of these jobs pay enough. I think they just want to keep us broke, cause they ain't putting nothing in place for us. This how all my people feel, but we gotta learn. We complained enough, let me change it up. Everything I just said, everybody I know think the same way. See, they don't want to see us vote, and we never do, so we see the same thing. But all our votes really do count, and they'll never really let it show. So now I'm finna break it down, cause if I don't, you would probably never know. First thing first, you know back in middle school when they taught us, it was 3 branches of the government. We forgot it when we got older. It's the judicial, the legislative, and executive. But all we know is the executive. That's the mayor or the governor and the president. Now none of them 3 people make no laws, they just be checking them. The laws come to their desk and all they do is say no or yes to it. So when the news station tried to tell us that Barack Obama couldn't put us on, we was all salty at Obama when it was the Congress members all along. We gotta focus on the legislative branch, yeah, they the ones that make the laws. Yeah, they the ones write how much food stamp money you get on the card. But when people that wanted to help us wanted the job, I know they probably lost. Cause we ain't even know their name, we ain't know their face, we ain't know it all. So the Congress or the State House, that's legislative, they make laws. So what we want from the president is what they do, okay y'all? See, they election every 2 years, but we don't ever even go to those. The Congress, they can raise minimum wage, but we ain't even really know it though. So you know how back in 08, when we all voted for Obama, we was all supposed to go back in 2010 and vote for the Congress. Cause they the ones make child support laws, they the ones choose if your kids at school get to eat steak or corn dogs. The State House make the court costs. So if the country failed, then you can't say it's them, it's your fault. Cause y'all ain't know to vote for Congress members that was for y'all. And they don't gotta leave after 4 years, and we just let them sit. See, they don't wanna tell you this, they want you to focus on the president. Now the 3rd branch is the judicial, that's judges. They the reason why John Crawford and Trayvon ain't had justice. So when Meek Mill got locked up just for popping willies, we blame the judge and not the city when they let her get voted in, cause they ain't know who to vote against. Imagine life on the other side. Roads better, schools better, everybody get their license back, grocery store food better, custody of your kids back, homeless people get new shelters. If we gon' fix the U.S., we gotta start with them 2 letters, me and you. Somebody told us that the government wanna keep us broke, but the only reason why those people in the government is cause we ain't vote. And I ain't talking about the president, I'm talking about the ones we ain't know. See, they was gonna try to keep it low, but it's gonna hurt them when they see the polls.
Every time you stay home, someone is making a decision about you, making decisions about the air you breathe, the water you drink, the food your kids eat, and how much money you bring home every 2 weeks. So every time you sit out an election, every time you don't show up because you think it doesn't matter, someone else is happy that you didn't show up, so they can make that decision for you. Vote.
Enough electoral votes, more than 270, more than enough to become the 44th President of the United States. He will be the first African-American President of the United States.
I've been broke all my life, but I kept hope all them nights. You see business in my city? Yeah, they closed all them twice. I was just riding down Salem, all them damn potholes, I can't drive. I know y'all can fix it faster, but I know y'all won't try. Don't nobody care about us. And that's why I don't vote. Voted for Obama back in 2012. I remember that's when I had hope. He was saying, yes, we can. And everybody got less food stamps. And when I turned 21, I was still broke. I'd never vote again. I don't think I ever had a president make my life better. Did it all on my own. Ain't no politician ever do a nice gesture. I don't even know the mayor's name. I ain't never seen her one time ever. Tell me how she gonna help the city. What I'm supposed to do, write letters? What I'm supposed to do, blame Trump? He ain't never really gave it. Ain't nobody raised minimum wage. None of these jobs pay enough. I think they just want to keep us broke, cause they ain't putting none in place for us. This how all my people feel, but we gotta learn. We complained enough, let me change it up. Everything I just said, everybody I know think the same way. See, they don't want to see us vote, and we never do, so we see the same thing. But all our votes really do count, and they'll never really let it show. So now I'm finna break it down, cause if I don't, you would probably never know. First thing first, you know back in middle school when they taught us, it was 3 branches of the government. We forgot it when we got older. It's the judicial, the legislative, and executive. But all we know is the executive. That's the mayor, or the governor, and the president. Now none of them 3 people make no laws, they just be checking them. The laws come to their desk and all they do is say no or yes to it. So when the news station tried to tell us that Barack Obama couldn't put us on, we was all salty at Obama when it was the Congress members all along. We gotta focus on the legislative branch, yeah, they the ones that make the laws. Yeah, they the ones write how much food stamp money you get on the card. But when people that wanted to help us wanted the job, I know they probably lost. Cause we ain't even know their name, we ain't know their face, we ain't know it all. So the Congress or the State House, that's legislative, they make laws. So what we want from the president is what they do, okay y'all? See, they election every 2 years, but we don't ever even go to those. The Congress, they can raise minimum wage, but we ain't even really know it though. So you know how back in 08, when we all voted for Obama, we was all supposed to go back in 2010 and vote for the Congress. Cause they the ones make child support laws, they the ones choose if your kids at school get to eat steak or corn dogs. The State House make the court costs. So if the country failed, then you can't say it's them, it's your fault. Cause y'all ain't know to vote for Congress members that was for y'all. And they don't gotta leave after 4 years, and we just let them sit. See, they don't wanna tell you this, they want you to focus on the president. Now the 3rd branch is the judicial, that's judges. They the reason why John Crawford and Trayvon ain't had justice. So when Meek Mill got locked up just for popping willies, we blame the judge and not the city when they let her get voted in, cause they ain't know who to vote against. Imagine life on the other side. Roads better, schools better, everybody get their license back, grocery store food better, custody of your kids back, homeless people get new shelters. If we gon' fix the U.S., we gotta start with them 2 letters, me and you. Somebody told us that the government wanna keep us broke, but the only reason why those people in the government is cause we ain't vote. And I ain't talking about the president, I'm talking about the ones we ain't know. See, they was gonna try to keep it low, but it's gonna hurt them when they see the pros.
Every time you stay home, someone is making a decision about you, making decisions about the air you breathe, the water you drink, the food your kids eat, and how much money you bring home every 2 weeks. So every time you sit out an election, every time you don't show up because you think it doesn't matter, someone else is happy that you didn't show up, so they can make that decision for you. Vote.
Enough electoral votes, more than 270, more than enough to become the 44th President of the United States. He will be the first African-American President of the United States.
I've been broke all my life, but I kept hope all them nights. You see business in my city? Yeah, they closed all them twice. I was just riding down Salem, all them damn potholes, I can't drive. I know y'all can fix it faster, but I know y'all won't try. Don't nobody care about us. And that's why I don't vote. Voted for Obama back in 2012. I remember that's when I had hope. He was saying, yes, we can. And everybody got less food stamps. And when I turned 21, I was still broke. I'd never vote again. I don't think I ever had a president make my life better. Did it all on my own. Ain't no politician ever do a nice gesture. I don't even know the mayor's name. I ain't never seen her one time ever. Tell me how she gonna help the city. What I'm supposed to do, write letters? What I'm supposed to do, blame Trump? He ain't never really gave it. Ain't nobody raised minimum wage. None of these jobs pay enough. I think they just want to keep us broke, cause they ain't putting none in place for us. This how all my people feel, but we gotta learn. We complained enough, let me change it up. Everything I just said, everybody I know think the same way. See, they don't want to see